right, we should be through any basically any pre-roll ads at this point. I really should have some way of seeing that. I wish Twitch gave you some way of knowing, hey, you're in ads right now, or you're not in ads. But you deal with what you got. So, hi, hello, welcome to Fallout's Friday afternoon actual play stream. Fallout's Loreling's Friday afternoon Fallout stream. I'll get it correct here in a second. So, let me go ahead and basically go ahead and get this game in a starting position. So, hopefully that music isn't too loud. Hi, hello. So, basically, everyone can say hello. You're now live. You should be able to see yourselves on the internet and as well as hear yourself. So, be careful.
Oh no, not the internet. Hi, everyone.
Okay.
I'm not seeing the stream.
I have a royalty-free collection of 1950s music going in the background, so we'll see what we run into on this. Okay. So, we are here to play We are here to play Fallout. In particular, we're starting with the Fallout Quickstart guide, which is available from Modifius. Basically, in particular, if you've never been to this channel before and are happen to be watching this, stumbling into this, first, hi, hello, glad to have you. Second, we are Lorelink. We are a GM toolkit. You can see right below me. Down there is basically with the convenient arrow pointing to it is Lorelink. Basically, that is our GM Overseer D&D tool that basically allows us to. I'm going to have to turn down the music slightly because I can hear it.
It's distracting.
Just a little. I normally don't have words, and so basically hearing speaking occasionally you go, wait, what? Is that echo? Okay. I'll turn it up a little bit in.
Actually, the music isn't going to stream, so you're the only one who can hear it.
There we go. Your stream should be able to hear music now. No, that's desktop audio.
Yeah, that was music, though.
This
is how you know it's live.
Yeah, we're live.
What are you capturing? What are you not capturing? You're not capturing what I thought you were capturing. How about that? You know what? Let's do this. Oop. Yeah. I switch you to that. And then I switch you to...
Isn't this exciting?
Figure it out?
Folks?
Yeah. Welcome to the exciting world of streaming, where everything is like, hey, if I poke this button, does this do something? Is this anything? Yup. It's the way. Wouldn't have it any
Believe
other
it or
way.
not, we have a combined many years of experience at doing streaming, and still, sometimes life happens.
I mean, we've got the experience, but none of us ever claimed to be good at it, except for 20, who is like super awesome.
Amazing.
Stop.
You can go ahead and shout. You can go ahead and shout yourself out. While we're sitting here doing this.
The cool thing about the co-star is that all of our channels are linked in the title, so people can just click on us.
Nice.
Neat.
Except me, because I'm the difficult one.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay, Tony. You're allowed to be difficult.
Drop a link, Troxel.
Today only.
Drop a link.
Audio should now be visible. Audio should now be visible if you've taken if I've done this correctly and you've taken your LSD. If you haven't done that, basically the stream audio should be audible like a normal.
There is in fact music. Also, don't do drugs, okay?
Drugs are bad, okay?
Just a little bit of drugs? Just tiny bit.
I
tiny
mean,
bit.
it's hard to say.
Legal
Just
legal substances only for legal people only.
Oh right. Yes.
or if the post-apocalypse happened.
Hashtag disclaimer or in game. In game is fine.
In case of a post-apocalypse. Like, do I need to switch this to mature? We'll find out. There is drug use in this game, but it has addiction, so it has a bad side, so it's okay. It's fine. There are downsides to it, so it's okay. In any case.
It has a bad side. Oh dear.
In any case, so we are Lore Link. We are doing basically we are here to do the machine. Basically, we are here to do the Machine Frequency Quickstart from Modifius. I'm using Lore Link, which is located below me. And if you are curious about how I set up this campaign that you'll see me referencing and running through, there are 2 previous videos to this, basically where we actually went through and planned this game. Those are available on YouTube. So basically, if you basically end up having to run out, leave, whatever, and you want to catch the rest of this stream will be archived on YouTube as well on that same channel. So basically, if you need more information, check out that YouTube channel. Or if you want to see us play the Fallout video game, and possibly getting a town killed and being killed, yes, you can also watch our first stream in this Fallout series, which is where I played the original Fallout 1 game, and discovered exactly what happens when you walk into a town with your weapon out. Short answer, the town doesn't like it. Longer answer, your companion decides to take out a lifelong fear of dogs. It was a little weird.
Your companion suddenly turns on everyone they've ever known. Since you hired him in the self-same town.
Good time.
Okay. So, basically to explain the rules, I have been studying this, and some of the people in this stream are familiar with Modifius's 2D20 system. Others are not at all familiar with it, and nobody, as far as I know, has played the Fallout tabletop game before. Most of the people in the call are familiar with the Fallout game series, having basically at least being aware of it if they have not actually played it. So, actually, what I should do first and be a good host is actually have everyone introduce themselves. I'm realizing that I'm just blowing through things here. It's fine. All right, so start off with, go ahead and introduce yourselves. We'll start left to right. So, Michael, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Michael. You'll see that I'm tagged in Twitch as Bill Haybiath, which is my gamer tag. I've been involved with Lore Link since the beginning. I know absolutely nothing about Fallout. I've played 2D20, but I don't remember how it works. And I'm just here to be the entertainment in the background. I'll be playing Marvin today, who is definitely not a killer robot who's here to help you and definitely not kill you. It's okay. You can trust me.
All right, next up is 20.
Hey, I'm 20. My pronouns are she, her. I have never played 2D20 unless Mark led us through one that I don't remember. I have not played any of the Fallout games. That's not true. I played about 3 hours of Fallout New Vegas and decided it wasn't for me. However, I know a lot about video games, and Fallout falls into that because I watch a lot of video game content. So, I have some background knowledge. I am playing Hazel Johnson today. She will be your healer. She is really, really intent upon becoming a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. So that is Hazel.
All right, yeah. Next is Luna.
Hi, everybody. I'm Luna. My pronouns are they, she. Today I'm playing Augusta Byron, who is an escaped member of Vault 75, famous for its experiments involving the Wonder Kids, who basically were either culled at graduation for not making the cut, or if they were good at fighting and really smart, they got used for genetic experiments. She actually ended up leading a revolution with a scientist who kind of felt bad about all of the stuff that was going on in the vault, to overthrow their evil overseer and free everyone. So hooray! We like that. We love a baddie in the Wasteland. I have never played a 2D20 game. I am massively into the Fallout series, though. I have even previously worked on a game that was kind of a spiritual successor to Fallout. So I'm looking forward to this today.
Awesome. And last but not least, Tony.
Hey, I'm Tony, he, him. I'm the one labeled as Old Tall Man that doesn't actually have a live video on it because, trust me, you don't want me on video today. I am normally the social media guy for the team. If you see anything going up on Blue Sky, on Instagram, Facebook, anything like that, that's me. Today I will be playing Old Tall Man. He is a super mutant that has been around about as long as the Wasteland itself, and now he's done it all. Now he's just trying to find something, trying to figure out what there is left to do in life. So that's what he's doing. But skipped over history with Fallout and D20. I actually played a 2D20 Star Trek game last night, so I've got some of the rules set fresh in my mind. And yeah, I've played Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas. Did not play Fallout 76, but I do collect a bit of the stuff. I've got a jumpsuit. I've got some props that I'm working on. So yeah, I enjoy the series. Looking forward to playing this. And back to you, Mark.
All right, and basically again, I am Mark Delacroix, he, him, and I am the game master, which in this game is called the Overseer, for obvious reasons. Overseers being basically the heads of the vaults which run experiments. So basically today's experiment will be to see what these people can do. So let's do a quick rundown on the 2D20 system rules. So, as the name implies, the majority of the time you are in the system, you're going to be rolling get them two D20s. You're basically the system is a success-based system. So what I basically would get, I give a difficulty number. That difficulty number is the number of successes you need to roll on those D20s. So you will have a target number, which is determined by your skill. Basically, it is your attribute plus the relevant skill. So if you look at your character sheets, you will see basically all sorts of skills listed there: athletics, barter, big guns, energy weapons, explosives, lockpicks, medicine. And then next to it, you'll see a rank. And then on the left side, you'll see the Fallout Systems special. That is S for strength, P for perception, E for endurance, C for charisma, I for intelligence, A for agility, and L for luck. So if you were to say basically the classic, I want to shoot something with my big gun, you're going to roll your agility stat plus your big guns, basically your big gun stat or your energy stat. So basically the target number, if it was an energy weapon, would be 5 plus 1. The target number is 6. Then you're going to roll your 2d20s and you're going to roll under that number. Normally 20 is a good number, but in this case, we're trying to get under 20. So 20 is still a good number, but in this case, it causes complications if you roll a 20. So 20 is a complicated number today. 1 is a critical success, getting you 2 successes. And if the skill is tagged, basically you'll see that column that says tag. These are skills that your character is exceptionally good at. If you roll under, instead of just 1 being critical successes, if it is basically under your rank. So in case of science here on Augusta, 1, 2, or 3 will get you a critical success as well. So basically critical successes give you 2 successes. So again, basically how the system works is I will give you a difficulty number. 0 is something ridiculously easy. 1 is something a little bit challenging. 2 is, okay, it's starting to basically, it's moving around, it's being more complicated. 3 is, okay, should I be even trying this? 4 is probably not, and 5 is why bother? So basically, you're trying to get that number of successes. So you're trying to roll under 2d20. You're trying to get that number of dice of basically of your 2d20, of your 20s that you roll to be under your target number. Note that you only start with 2. 5 is right out. Basically, you're going to go for 2. Basically, you start with 2 dice, and if the target number is over 2, if the difficulty is over 2, it's going to be harder. That means critical successes will be necessary. Or you will have something you can see in the lower right corner called action points. Action points are essentially a pool that the party will have, which represent the kind of extra successes. Other systems like calling it momentum is how Dune and Star Trek refer to it. And it's the idea of the fact that your party is moving in the right direction, and therefore good things keep happening to it. You can spend those action points when you roll to get additional dice, roll additional d20s. So if you're like, hey, the target number is 2, basically the difficulty is 2, but you have a low target number, so it's going to be hard for you. Maybe you want to spend an action point to get an additional d20 to throw in there. There are other uses for action points. The most common one is if you wish to call something out in a scene that I didn't mention as being there, that you think basically you want to kind of add to the scene, like, hey, it would be neat if there's just a little bit of gasoline left in that gas station, so that when I grab the pump and I squeeze it, there's just a little bit of spray that comes out of it. Something that's a little bit extra, something that basically works to your benefit. You can spend an action point to get that. You can kind of call that out. Action points also have uses in combat, mostly to gain yourself extra actions and things like that. How you get additional action points is the easiest way, and my preferred way. You can give me, the Overseer, an action point. And I will in return give you an action point. Note that if I get an action point, I get to use it in very similar ways to do fun things to you.
That sounds risky.
Yeah, your mileage may vary on that one.
Reward.
The other way to get action points is that basically if you exceed the difficulty on basically, so if I set it to be a target number of 1 and you roll 3 successes, you get 2 action points. You can use those action points immediately to do whatever you want with them, or you can throw them to the group, the party's action points, and bank them up. Note the fact that there is a cap of 6. Basically, is the total that you can get. Basically, you can be holding it any time. After that point, you need to start spending them. Basically, as a note, the first die you add costs 1 action point, the second die costs 2, and the third die costs 3. The most you can roll is 5 d20s. That costs you 1, 2, 3, so that will cost you 6 action points to do. So if you blow all of the pool action points, you can roll 5 d20s. That is the most you will ever roll. Also part of the reason why a 5 difficulty test is considered impossible. Note, basically, the other caveat on that is the fact that sometimes if you're doing something relatively simple, I can offer you a difficulty 0 test. This is relatively easy. Basically, you could do this relatively simply. You can choose to take that test and thus risk still failing it because you can roll 0 successes, but any success you get on that roll gives you an action point. So I may give you difficulty 0 rolls, and it's up to you whether you want to risk it to actually gain more action points or not. So basically, in terms of this interface, basically, if you click on a skill, you'll see it pop up, barter. Basically it'll give you the base attribute that you'd normally be using. So in this case, basically it's giving it a 6 since barter is normally charisma. Basically it'll give you the skill, which is 2. You can change whether or not it's tagged or not. Basically it will default to what it actually is, and then you choose the number of d20s you're rolling. Click roll. It will tell you basically, did you hit the target number? Basically, and how many successes you got. So basically, it's a little time-saving thing you can do. If basically, occasionally I will call for just for number rolls. You can just roll them by doing roll R, 2d20. It'll just pop up there. Okay. On your character sheets, basically you'll have traits and perks. Make sure you basically take a glance at those. Basically, you all have a set of weapons. Basically, for combat, you have apparel, basically vault jumpsuit, things like that. Some of those have extra abilities as well. If you click edit items, they have a description. And that description says exactly what they do. For example, the lab coat, basically calling this out. Basically, the lab coat, between the utility of the design and simply feeling smarter while wearing one, a lab coat allows you to re-roll a single d20 on one int-based skill test you make each scene. So, basically, you feel smarter for wearing it, therefore. The other thing we have is luck. Basically, that last stat you have there is luck. That number is the number of luck points that you will start with in this game. That is all you are going to get unless something changes it. Unless there's something that basically does it. It's those points. You can use luck to do a certain number of things. If you wish, you can spend a point of luck to use your luck stat instead of whatever stat you're rolling. So, basically, if example for Augusta here, if she is rolling a strength test, you can choose to set. You can spend a luck point and instead use the 5 instead of the 4. This makes more sense for characters who have higher luck, but it is an option. You can also, basically, luck is also something that can be used for the introducing details in the scene, like I talked about earlier. You can also use luck to interrupt combat timing. During a combat, you could say, I want to go now, and spend a luck point, and you're going now. And misfortune is the last thing. You may reroll up to 1d20 or 3 effect dice. Effect dice are essentially d6s, which are essentially a coin toss. They're 50-50. And basically they give special effects on certain types of rolls. We'll cover them when we get to them. They're more relevant in critical. Combat, not critical. Yeah, I can talk. Okay. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to talk about.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said that the luck that we start with will be the only luck that we get?
Correct. Basically, it is basically you were getting. I refreshed them when you reach a milestone in your quest, or when you start a new quest. So for the quick start, basically I might refresh luck basically part way through the adventure, but basically if everyone's been spending a bunch of it, but.
So I have 0.
Yeah, basically you set that to the number which is currently your luck stat.
Okay.
You should be able to edit your character sheets.
Yep.
Perfect. That was the question. I had none. I was just like, do I not get any luck?
Same.
No, you are 4 halfless, luckless individuals.
No. No.
Okay. The other thing we should talk about. You're basically welcome to a post-apocalyptic game. That means the fact that you guys are in the Wasteland. That means resources are scarce. Luck is never with us. Basically, your character should have in their inventory some forms of food, whether it be iguanas on a stick and other such things, which count as food. Obviously, if you're a robot, you can ignore the rest of this conversation because you don't care. But basically, as the game goes on, you're going to get hungrier and thirstier. I believe, actually, let me pull back up that character. Yes, on the status in the lower right corner, you have conditions: full, quenched, and rested. So let me see here. We're going to give the exact. Basically, as time goes on throughout the adventure and you do actions which take up time, which is going to be a thing. Basically, if you're like, hey, we want to search this area to see if there is loot or weapons or other stuff, that's going to take time. The more time you take, the more, basically, your status will start to drop. If your status ever reaches, basically, for... it's over here. Nope, they don't actually... Sorry, I had the list here a second ago, and now I've lost it. I really need a GM screen. I do not have one, sadly. Okay. There it is. Basically, for hunger, you go from full to sated to peckish to hungry to starving. For thirsty, you go from quenched to hydrated to thirsty to dehydrated. And sleep, you go from rested to tired to weary to exhausted. It's about, after an hour of becoming full, you become sated. After 4 hours of becoming sated, you become peckish. After 8 hours of becoming peckish, you become hungry. After 16 hours of being hungry, you gain a fatigue and become starving. And for every day you are starving, you also gain a fatigue. Basically, thirst works a similar way. An hour goes from quenched to hydrated, 2 hours sated to thirsty. 4 hours of being thirsty, you gain a fatigue and become dehydrated, and every 8 hours you spend dehydrated, you would gain an additional fatigue. Tired is 8 hours to go from rested to tired, and you gain a fatigue. Fatigues mean basically whenever you would gain action points, you reduce the action points you would gain by 1 for each point of fatigue you would have. And lastly, when you begin a scene with fatigue, you lose 1 hit point for every 2 fatigue you have. This is not reduced by any form of damage resistance, and you can only get rid of fatigue by basically by ending a scene by not having any fatigue. So if you are thirsty and fatiguing from that, you will continue to keep that until you fix that, no matter how much you sleep or otherwise do anything. Until you fix the thing which is causing you fatigue, you will continue to be fatigued. So, those conditions are on your thing for you to keep track of. We will assume that you will start this adventure with full. Basically, you are full, you are quenched, you have no radiation, you are just perfect specimens wandering the wasteland. You're not wrong.
I'm constantly fatigued.
There are other fun effects we will get to later, such as disease, which includes everything from sludge lung to the whoopsies. But we will cover that as we encounter them. Basically, whenever you reach a situation where you might think that there might be something interesting, we have a system for scavenging. So if you encounter something, you're like, oh, hey, let's look around. Scavenging is essentially this system's way of getting loot. It is random loot tables, which could lead to some hilarious results. It can also lead to some interesting complications. So, with all of that said, we will go ahead and get started, and then we will see where this adventure takes us. All right, so the sun hammers the dusty road, and a weak wind stirs piles of centuries-old debris from the ruins of forgotten buildings half concealed by the shimmers of heat. Emerging from that dusty haze, a lumbering man in dented power armor stumbles forward under a ridiculous burden of supplies, rations, and canteens. When he realizes that there are other people on the road, and that he's still alive, for the moment, he raises a gauntlet in greeting. The four of you have been journeying together, more or less, for probably the last several weeks, we'll say. You are aware of some of each other's quirks, maybe not all of them. You have decided at this point that traveling together is safer than not. You've basically kept watch, basically in the Wastelands, looked over each other's, basically trusted each other to look over each other while sleeping, basically hunted for food, gathered stuff. Ever since they fixed first weapons and companion in Fallout 3. Oh gosh. And so this is probably the first other person you've seen in a bit while wandering. Basically, for those who are interested, this is more of an East Coast type of adventure. For those who are keeping track over where things are. Though at this point, in the remains of the United States, East Coast and West Coasts are distinguishable only by by the type of ruins, not anything particularly weather or otherwise. How do you so this gentleman kind of starts walking towards you.
Hazel will raise a hand in return.
Hello. Basically, they are certainly a interesting group. Do you have time to speak to an old man?
How are you doing, young one?
He kind of stops and then looks up, which for me being in power armor is not a usual. Oh, well then.
I've got a smile that hopefully doesn't look too scary on a super mutant. I mean, I've had plenty of years to practice this, so...
You definitely basically get this. He kind of looks back and forth between all of you and your different appearances, and is like, oh, well, just so you all know, he pops off his helmet and basically kind of tucks it under an arm, revealing a deeply tanned and wrinkled face of a man in his twilight years. I am Scribe Galen Portno. I'm armed, but I don't know how to use it. He kind of basically he keeps a hopeful smile on his face and his hand clear of the visible laser pistol on his belt. I was about to strike out, but truth be told, I'm not certain how far I'd make it. You lot look. What's the word I'm looking for here? Capable. Would you like to earn some caps?
Caps are always useful.
Indeed.
How did you come by these caps?
I've earned them
Should
in
we
my
be concerned?
travels.
Fair enough.
They are completely legitimate. If you are asking, I did not steal this power armor. If that's your concern, no. And in fact, in case you're wondering, he shakes a shaky hand. This power armor is biometrically locked to me, so it won't do any of you any good. Well, definitely wouldn't do two of you any good anyway. But the other two of you, it wouldn't work for.
Would
Yes,
never
Most
have
likely.
crossed my
I'm
circuits.
fairly certain.
I need
That's
3
okay.
of those as
I
a
want to
welding
earn my
material.
own power armor.
Ah, I thought I recognized that outfit. Glad to see a fellow Brotherhood member.
Well, I'm an initiate, but I'm working on it.
I understand. But basically, I know some have like to draw lines and distinctions and things like that, but you're on the path, and so I consider you one of us, even if you're not quite officially one of us yet. So, everyone who's looking at this gentleman can give me an intelligence medical test of a difficulty of 1. To basically see if you can't basically kind of assess.
How does one do that within Foundry?
Okay, click on your character sheet.
No.
Then go to abilities. Then go to medicine. Basically, when you do that, you will see the fact that it will I believe it defaults to intelligence. You can see which skill. Basically, it gives you a skill and a stat. And then basically the number of D20 shaped dice underneath is the number of dice you are rolling. So you're going to leave that on 2. And then you will
just
click.
Hit roll.
Yep.
You just need 1 character to roll.
Any of you who are basically choosing to examine the old man, basically to see what his condition is, as it were. Okay. The difficulty is 1. So if you have successes over 1, you can basically bank those into the group AP.
Heck yes. It's just
Apparently I
1.
can't.
It's 1 for
Okay.
every success over basically over the difficulty, which in this case was 1.
Sick.
So if I rolled a 1, I can't bank any.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, well, I've just banked 2 for y'all, so mic drop.
All right. So you are basically you are all fairly certain that this is an older gentleman who's basically your surprise is still out in the wasteland. That doesn't take much. That doesn't take much even for you, Marvin, to realize that for a flesh bag, this is a soft and squishy one, which is probably being held up a lot due to his armor more than anything else. Those with one success, you're kind of you're able to look at this gentleman and go, he's probably got cataracts, and basically when he pointed at you all, his hand definitely had that little bit of trembling and things like that. That means that even if he had pulled his weapon, basically being where he was aiming would be probably the safest place. Basically, those with more than one success, you also note the fact that he's just basically packed everything in the kitchen sink into his backpack. Like, he is likely basically over encumbered, and is more likely to be a victim of exhaustion than anything else in the wasteland. Carry weight equals 100,000. Yeah. Basically, if it wasn't for the power armor, so basically, even with that, he's still basically. You can see he's kind of taking a little bit deeper breaths as he takes the helmet off. He kind of is getting. He kind of like, so if you're willing to listen, and he kind of looks around, finds a rock, basically rock building chunk, something nearby, and kind of heads over that way. Come this way. Let old man rest his bones a little bit. All right. I'm assigned to, as part of my duties, basically, listen point echo. It's he kind of waves in a general direction behind him. Mostly, I just relay messages. That's what they have me doing. Occasionally, when the moment calls, I suit up and clear out rad roaches from the potatoes. But not much call for action these days. But So, but recently, I heard something. Basically, it was a little bit of basically it wasn't necessarily the channel I should have been listened to, but basically I should keep an eye on emergency channels as well. You never know. Basically, I'm still part of the Brotherhood. Can't keep me out. And I heard this basically is the distress call from a vertibird nearby. Basically, it started with something about there's something below us. Under fire, then basically static, and basically just like basically a loud warning clacks, and then just immediate static, like they had been hit or something. I can't quite identify it, but I knew basically that I had caught their basically they did broadcast their location before they cut off. They were in Baraday Gulch, and that's kind of in my patch, as it were, if a little bit of a walk. But basically, I figured I would suit up and get the equipment on. Basically, like in the old days, I knew how to do that, just to make sure that I'm a little bit older, so I might need some extra stuff. So I put basically maybe a little bit more in there. Got the old power armor on.
Over. Please don't fall over.
I'm sitting down. It's fine. It's fine for right now. But I was going to just answer the call. It's a little bit further than I thought, though. So, basically, now that I have come across you capable individuals, would basically love to offer you an opportunity to help help your fellow Wastelanders out. Do a good deed in the Wasteland. Bring back that American spirit that we're all known for, camaraderie and things like that. And yes, I'd pay, obviously. But basically, if you would take this on in my stead, and basically, I can basically. Some of you obviously have like some forms of communication. I can see that the young lady over there has a pit boy. Basically, and I'm sure the Brotherhood has a way of receiving contacts and radio messages. And you've got a robot, of course, who knows what antennas it can pick up and messages, things like that. Probably listening in right now. Robots.
I work some gears.
Yes. So, are you up to keeping that American spirit alive? He kind of looks.
I believe in the American spirit. If we
Good on
go
you.
with you and are successful, we will make money. If we go with you and you die, we still make money. It's all good for us. American spirit.
Hold on there. Basically, what would probably be best in this circumstances is that I return to Listening Point Echo and get this stuff off. Basically act as a communication hub for you in case any additional messages come in. And you do the legwork and keep going forward, if you would. Charge bravely, stride forward, one foot in front of the other, as it were.
Well, there's no telling what might be there that could help with my research, especially if there's a downed vertibird. I'm sure I could salvage something from it.
I mean, sure, yes.
I mean, hopefully we can salvage people from it.
I mean, yes.
Them
Hopefully.
too.
Yes,
They're delicious.
he actually, he'll go, yes, and then he'll stop and then kind of just turn and be like, Vault Dweller, right. What vault number were you again?
75, and I just kind of give him the hardest stare that I can.
He withers instantly, it does not take much. He's just like, oh, so yes, 75, wonderful vault, wonderful place. Heard quite a few good things, yes. Sip some water.
What is your name, brother?
Galen. Scribe Galen.
Galen, I'm Hazel.
Ah, wonderful to meet you, Hazel. Right, and you basically, you will basically, you will have to, pick up your pace a little bit, which is another part of the reason why I probably shouldn't go with you, as I would slow you down, to make it there, basically quickly, as it's about a half day's walk from here. By the way, at this point, basically we can ask for some rolls. In science, if you wish to basically ponder on the downed vertibird and the attack that did it. Intelligence survival, if you wish to ponder the basically Baraday Gulch. And charisma speech, if you want to press the old man for more details.
Well, I'm going to ponder that vertibird a bit myself.
Okay.
I had one success.
Okay.
Definitely.
These
going
are
for
all
that
difficulty
survival check.
1, by the way. If I don't state otherwise, assume difficulty 1. Okay.
What were the
Is
options?
that a crit?
That is a crit. You rolled a 1.
Um,
You did well. You rolled a 1. Congrats.
the options were survival and science.
Survival, science, and charisma speech if you wish to push the old man for more details. Okay.
Well, at least I didn't
No
fail.
complications. You're fine. You're just basically the name Varaday Galt sounds familiar, but nothing particularly comes to mind. Tall man, basically old tall man, you've wandered through there at one point or another on your journeys. It's particularly uninhabited. It's got some nasty, basically mutated animals. So basically, especially the rad roaches. You seem to remember the rad roaches most of all. Maybe one or two, basically ghouls or things like that, but they seem to mostly, even the feral ones seem mostly to keep to themselves. Augusta, basically pondering the attack. You're fairly certain that what that sounds like, given basically you press him for a little bit more over what type of alarm klaxon went off, and then basically everything cutting to static. You're fairly certain that was an EMP. Some kind of EMP-based attack. that cut them
Could
out.
be useful.
And basically, Marvin, you know the fact that there's basically the walk between here and basically it is about a half day's walk. If you keep basically a half day's walk, you will likely have to cross a bridge, and basically to get to the site. Basically, there is a basically basically looking up maps you have of the area pre-war, basically whether pre-war or post-war, basically indicates that there are basically at least a one impenetrable gap, basically gulch you're going to have to cross.
Must cross impenetrable gulf. Should be fun.
All right. Does anyone else want to basically anyone else want to talk to the old man anymore, or head out?
I'm ready to head out, I think.
Yeah.
Marvin spins a gear and pops an appendage up to look like a thumbs up.
Okay.
I've got no other questions for the canned meal now.
I have a feeling that Hazel is going to be facepalming a lot.
You are probably the least bloodthirsty member of the group as of right now. We'll see if that changes. So, basically he's like, excellent. We'll say 25 caps per person, and if basically coming back, basically if you meet me back, the Project Purity in the capital Wasteland has been doing some great measures, and I can offer you 5 bottles of purified water. Basically, so basically here is basically where to meet me. Basically your Pip Boy. This will be perfect. He levers himself to his feet and kind of stomps over to him basically. And do you mind if you bring up your map?
Yep, I just open up the map thing and beep beep boop. So let's go.
He kind of basically does struggles a little bit to scroll basically, and eventually manages to mark a location on your map to the east of here, essentially back the direction he came, which Nuka-Cola, which is basically he labels as Listening Point Echo. That's where you can meet me. I will head back there with, I would say all due haste, but at least some direction. It's fine. All right.
Quickly, brother. You might wear yourself out.
Okay, I need to put. Where's the emoji wall? The emoji wall is like, because I added a bunch of stuff, the emoji wall is half behind a bunch of stuff and half in front of a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So it just weirdly kind of filters through stuff. Let's move to top. There we go. That should work a little bit better. All right. So, continuing on. So, are you going to pick up the pace?
How many action points is it again for getting there in part-time?
It will actually be a roll.
Okay.
Basically it is endurance. It's an endurance survival test. Basically, difficulty 1 to keep up the pace, because it's over a long enough period of time that basically action point. You could spend an action point on the roll to essentially balance it out, but
I'm not particularly gifted in either of those. If anybody is and feels that we should maybe cut our time down, feel free.
I don't think there's a need to rush at this point. Sorry. I don't think there's a need to rush at this point.
Let's see if I can do better than OT over there.
Okay. All right. So basically, some of you are rushing, but some of you aren't. I'm not basically. I'm seeing extra survival rolls, so.
I thought it was one person rolled for the party.
No, basically all of basically essentially it's the idea of it's a forced march type situation where all of you basically if you're doing it.
Well, if they don't
obviously
rush,
the robot doesn't need to roll because the robot doesn't get exhausted.
I kind of figure I'm happy to slow down myself anyway because my legs are about 3/4 there. The rest of the party's so.
It sounded like, however, you were choosing. It's basically you were choosing not to, which is fine.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's just take the half-day walk.
Okay. So basically, you're about halfway there. Basically, you're going along what used to be. Basically, you're on the East Coast, which means the fact that everything is practically crisscrossed with interstate highways, roads, something or other. Basically, it's all covered with that, which means the fact that the lack of you have a bunch of impressive highways and byways and overstates and interstates and underpasses and all those sorts of things, and of course. All of them since the Great War have fallen into various states of disrepair. So you're about halfway there, basically kind of dodging and wheezing, clambering over things, basically going through things when you reach the point where basically the road sweeps ahead into a wide, dilapidated bridge spanning a deep, rocky defile. Rusted heaps of cars line the northbound lanes left abandoned centuries ago. A section of bridge has fallen away, patched over by some suspect-looking boards. On the far side of the gap, someone has constructed a humble shack. Basically, give me a... I need to have character sheets up so I can pull this out. Let's go ahead and go with perception and survival.
Ooh.
So you may have to modify that once you get that. It is still going to be difficulty 1.
Success.
How do you modify it?
Basically, when you click on it, basically where it says attribute, you can it'll default to the base attribute for the skill. You can change it to whatever attribute you'd want instead.
In hindsight, that would have been easier, but yeah.
How do you change it though?
Just edit the number.
Oh, well. It's the same number, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Nope.
Okay. Everybody has 1 success except Augusta. Augusta, you are kind of ashamed that someone would actually consider that good bridge work. Like you're just basically not only did the pre-ancient war people obviously kind of screw up when designing this bridge and didn't properly support it to last the test of time, but that rickety kind of boards over it. It's too suspect. You're just staring at it with basically just horror. Basically, that is a terrible engineering job. The rest of you note is the fact that not all of the cars, basically the cars, basically, as one would suspect in the Wasteland, a lot of the cars have been, at some point, looted and scavenged. Doors are open, contents are kind of been scattered out onto the roadway, skeletal remains have been pulled out. Basically, skeletal remains does suggest that basically being pulled out does kind of imply the fact that it seems to be a little bit more recent, rather than basically they were pulled out immediately afterwards or things like that. But there does appear to be some of the cars that have not been scavenged, and there's always the chance that basically the searchers missed something. It doesn't look to be a particularly thorough search.
Okay. Let's see what they may have missed.
Okay.
I'm not digging through ice trace. I'm fitting in those things. Yeah.
I'll dig through anything ground level that doesn't require getting stuck on one of those bridges.
Yeah, basically most of the cars are basically on this side. So basically there are two ways we could basically scavenging can basically take some time. This is an average size location. Let me actually pull up the rules for this. And it is mostly searched. What we'll essentially do is everybody will roll their own scavenging roll. We will take the best one to be the end result of the group, but others may find other things along the way. There's essentially one set of loot tables that we have, and we will modify them. Basically, how it works is basically if you scavenge and you succeed, basically you get a minimum set of loot. You can spend action points to increase the number of rolls you get on certain tables to find additional stuff.
And so how do we do this search?
All right, this is an average size, which means it's going to take you about 30 minutes to do it. As a note, basically you've been walking here, and so that is probably, it's a half day, so it's been about a quarter of a day. So that means that it is, quarter of a day is 6 hours. I can do math. Which means at this point you are dropping down into, you are now sated, and you are basically, unless you drink something, you will have become thirsty. Actually, no. No, you'll still be hydrated. After an hour becoming quenched. After 2 hours, no, actually no. You will be becoming thirsty, and you are still sated. So no fatigue from hunger, but you will need to drink something. Drinking something moves you back up 1 step, thirsty to hydrated, or 2 steps if you drink purified water.
And if we have 2 purified water and we drink, does it use up 1 whole purified water?
Correct.
Okay.
Question. I actually have the Vault Tech branded canteen, but it doesn't seem to have any attributes to it. I don't suppose that actually gives any water or anything. It's just an item.
It is currently empty.
Okay.
Basically, it is. Assume that you probably drank out of it recently, probably emptied it, basically.
All right, well, no drinking for me yet. I will tough it out.
Okay. Let's update your condition on the... Basically, 4 hours after being thirsty, you will become dehydrated and start taking fatigue. Okay, so...
I don't understand the problem. I feel fine.
Yeah, Marvin.
Silly water bags.
Okay, so this is basically this is going to be a perception survival roll. It is basically it's a difficulty 2 because of the fact that it is mostly searched. You could choose to make it a group test where you're all kind of following one person, or you basically everyone else is assisting, or you could kind of strike out on your own.
I would do it as a group test, but
Yeah, I have 2 in survival.
same.
Yeah, I've only got 1.
I've got 3.
Ooh.
Sweet.
But I've only got 6 in, what was the...
Perception.
Same.
That's
Perception.
what I have also.
Yeah, we'll follow the old man. I mean, old tall man.
OT.
That's Tallman from the Long Island Tallmans.
Oh my God.
Okay.
If it's Long Island, you gotta talk like this.
After hundreds of years, you lose an accent.
So, how group tests work is basically the leader will roll as normal, 2d20 plus any additional d20s they wish to buy through action points. Then everyone else will roll 1d20. If the person the person is leading succeeds, then everyone else will add any additional successes they generate.
Oof.
Well, I only rolled 1 success, so...
So we
You-
roll the same
maybe-
skill, but click on the 1 instead.
Yep.
So you maybe should have rolled more dice.
Yeah, probably.
Ugh.
Ooh,
Ugh.
wow.
Ugh.
That
Brutal.
was- we're on the struggle bus. At least nobody crit failed.
Oh my goodness.
I like how in a game where you want to roll as low as possible, now suddenly we're all rolling high. Like, where is...
That's how it
Yep.
goes.
Yep, the game system knows and it detects.
Look, that's why we have the dice jail emote
Correct.
for when shit.
And if you wish to have that Dice in Jail emote, you can get it if you subscribe to the Twitch channel. Also, if you want to follow us, you can also find out when we're doing more of these streams in the future. Okay, so what ends up happening is basically over the course of 30 minutes, you kind of pick through a lot of the cars, opening doors which are closed, etc., etc. You don't find a lot, but basically what you will notice is that there does appear to be. Basically, I'd actually roll a d3 for me, old tall man.
Okay, how do I roll? I missed the how to roll.
/R D space D3 in the bottom right in the chat window.
Oh, /R space D3.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. So, you will note the fact that there is a cargo truck out there. You kind of spot it. Basically, it's got a large cargo truck, and what makes it more noticeable to you is that there is a rear door, which you're assuming is locked, because you can see the fact that there is a broken lockpick jammed in the lock.
Let's head that way.
Okay. So, Basically, indeed, in fact, basically you've rattled the doors, and the doors are indeed locked. And you can pull the lockpick out. Basically, it is obviously bent and busted. But basically, looking at it, basically, one of you could probably give it another go. That is going to be perception lockpick to try to pick it yourself.
I would like to point out that I have a 3 tagged in lockpick.
Then go for it.
I actually need to be right back. Speaking of scavenging, something got dropped off on the porch. No one else is here, and I don't want to risk porch pirates, so I'll be right back, okay?
Not a problem.
Yar.
So, good luck picking. I'll be right back.
There's a Seinfeld thing about it wasn't a pick. I was scratching. All right, so I will go ahead and I will give this a go.
Okay. 1 success, and that's all you needed. So,
hooray!
With a little bit of work, basically learning from past failures, as it were, you are able to pop it, and basically opening it up, you are greeted with, actually, roll me 2d20. Here, 20 is a very good number, so basically...
Okay,
Okay, 17. Of course, the instant somebody asks you to roll high, well...
You go halfway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cling into that mediocrity for dear life.
Where is that on here?
I'm back, and I shouldn't have worried. The package had a big Star Trek on it, which means nobody would have picked it up.
You never know. There might be a
Star Trek nerd walking by.
I know my neighbors. No.
Oh.
Depends on which Star Trek they're a fan of.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong. I love my neighbors.
The Mirror Universe?
But they all look at me weird when I'm working on props on the front porch.
So, there are, basically, inside this, it's piles and piles of boxes. And glancing at them, it appears to have been, basically, that this was a truck from basically, that was going to a department store. So there are toasters, alarm clocks, a set of sets of pots and pans, so something called a radar, cook your food with radar waves, a
radar wave oven. Oh my God.
Basically a blender, several blenders. In all, there are 17 boxes in this, in the back of this truck. So, you have found what is known as junk. Basically, this has little immediate benefit, as obviously no one particularly needs a blender in the wasteland. But they do have stuff which is worthwhile inside of it. Junk items have a weight of 2 and are worth 2 caps each in trade. Basically, if you wish to spend a luck point, you can dig through them and actually, some of the more, broken boxes and maybe pull out some more. Essentially, if you spend 1 luck point, you'll pull an additional luck point worth more of junk out. Basically, your luck worth more of junk out. And if you can also salvage junk items into materials which can be used to modify items, etc., etc. So... Radiation King was the big right side. Yep.
That's the second good quote from Luna today, but the first one happened off stream.
I have been dying inside because there are so many points at which I want to lore drop. Augusta would not lore drop, but I'm like, I could go into a discussion about this and what that means and what that probably implies.
Nice.
So that is what you see before you. Basically, this essentially is the end result of your basically 30 minutes of searching.
So 30 minutes of searching got us junk that we could possibly haul back for salvage.
Or sell, just
to salvage ourselves.
Yep.
Okay.
So it is up to you, basically. If you are taking it, make sure you make note of that. Basically, it does have weight, etc. I believe you could add it under... Is it gear?
Yes, there's a junk. Under gear, there's junk materials. Do we just add like 2 junk, or was it 1 junk?
Let me check.
And then there's a salvage junk button, which probably does something, but I'm not sure.
Wait. Did we find junk in the trunk?
God bless it, Luna.
You keep inviting me back. Don't give me that.
You can have an action point, but it's a shameful action point.
Excuse me. In my channel, when people make bad puns, we throw things.
I mean, thankfully, I have no shame, so I take your action point. Oh God, it won't let me add it. No.
It's too much shame. You can't handle the shame.
I cannot find anywhere on my character sheet where I can tell whether I have any caps at all and how many if I do.
Caps are
gear.
Yes.
Right underneath
gear.
Status, you'll see caps.
Okay.
I just saw it like 5 minutes ago. So.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to take any junk.
Okay. Once you're done basically determining how much junk you wish to take, you have a choice. You can continue forward, or you can spend another 30 minutes searching. Note you can cut this down to 15 minutes if you wish to basically spend an action point to do that.
I mean, to be fair, I did just get us an extra action point. If anybody wants to, like, punt it out of the pool of the good action points.
Don't let it contaminate the other action points. It's there whispering shamefully to them.
It has an action point shame cooties.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh no. Hi everyone, we're the LoreLink team.
Hi, welcome to LoreLink
on a Friday afternoon.
Well, welcome to basically all of our meetings.
Yes. One of the nice things basically about LoreLink, basically what I've done is I've taken all of those loot tables, which basically the biggest problem with basically not the biggest problem. A lot of times, one of the problems you have with a scavenging system and things like that is they give you a bunch of cool tables to roll on, but all those tables are in different places in the book, which means you have to go flip and find them, etc., etc. I've got them all built in right here. So I can just look them up, and I don't have to go hunt them down. It's going to make my life a little bit easier. So, are you spending another 30/15 minutes scavenging, or are you continuing on?
I feel like we could be scavenging a helicopter right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Aye.
Probably.
Okay. So... So this brings you to the next problem. Continuing on means you have to go over that basically that object which Augusta disdainfully refers to as a bridge. Basically, Cullen Bridge is a 2-lane span crossing Cullen Gap. Various signs rusted out indicate this to you. Basically, a section of the bridge just before its highest point has collapsed into the ravine below, but is spanned by a makeshift walkway. It consists of boards, rust, basically boards which have been hammered into rusty panels, which have been hammered into car hoods, which have been hammered into, etc., etc. Bridge-like object, yes.
That was the result of her roll. She's like,
it's a mimic.
It's bridge-like. At best.
I know a mimic when I see one.
This bridge is going to try to eat you. So, basically, you are all fairly certain that basically, at best, you're getting a person across at a time. You could try to do two if you're in a hurry.
I'm good with one at a
However,
time.
certain of you, say, for example, the super mutant, it's going to be hazardous no matter what.
I'm not going first. I want everyone else to be able to make it across before I even try.
I don't know. I'm kind of trying to figure out if going first or last is worse in this case.
I can go first. I'm not afraid.
Don't Mr. Handy's float anyway?
Yes, pretty much.
Yes.
Marvin just floats right across.
Yes. Like, assuming the fact that they provide some pressure on the ground, because I don't think they can fly. They mostly hover, from what I remember. I mean,
so theoretically, like magnetic resistance or something.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a little
bugs notwithstanding where they end up in the atmosphere, but so basically there's a little bit of some creaking and things like that as they go over, but nothing seems to happen.
Great. I'll go next.
Okay. There's a lot.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
There's a lot of creaking, some ominous noises, but you're able to cross.
Now you know why I didn't take any junk.
I guess I should go before the mutant.
Probably wise.
Yes.
I will offer you a devil's bargain, as it were.
Oh no.
You can either cross just fine or make a difficulty 0 agility athletics test.
How does that benefit?
If you any successes you get give you action points.
And if I fail, it means that I like break a leg and have to be put down or something, right?
Probably not on a failure. Complication might do that.
Okay.
So don't roll a 20.
This will be the day. This will be the day that I get the most natural 20. Just bouncy, elegant, flowing locks of natural 20.
Maybe she was born with it. Maybe it's a natural 20.
You make me feel like a natural 20.
Well,
But you are.
Oh, what the heck? Famous last words. How bad can my luck be?
Oh God.
Oh
Luna.
no.
Oh God,
say that.
Luna.
YOLO. I'm just rolling one, right?
It's whatever. It's a normal 2d20 test.
Okay. Oh God.
Doubles your chances of rolling that 20.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh,
That's a crit.
high score? What does that mean? Broken?
They're broken.
Sorry, I will quote Grandma's Boy at the drop of a hat. I'm sorry.
Well, congratulations. You have 2 successes, meaning you add another 2 action points to the pool. As you basically, having studied this bridge-like object for long enough and being convinced, and having watched the others, you're like, I know exactly what the failure points are on this bridge, and I'm going near none of them. You dance lightly across it, basically, and it doesn't even groan. Like, you almost stop. Basically, a small part of you actually almost makes you stop halfway and be like, hey, if I just add something here, I could probably make this bridge. I should probably keep going.
Can we just say that I like party rock shuffled my way across it?
Sure.
Excellent.
The music only Augusta can hear. Actually, probably it's faintly tiddly coming out of the Pit Boy.
I was just gonna say, we've got a robot, we've got a Pit Boy. We can do this. Make this happen.
And I am instantly brainwormed. Thanks, Luna.
All right. So that brings us to
Hi.
our last, but not least.
I just look at it, sigh, and just carefully start walking across.
All right. For you, the same test, but no devil's bargain for you. It is just a straight up difficulty 1 agility athletics test.
And that is like 6. So I need to roll a 5 or lower. Has anybody used the cursed AP that wasn't been able to get added yet?
No one has used it, and also we are at max AP, so please feel free, my friend.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll be rolling 3. So you said this was agility athletics? Mark?
Yes, this is agility athletics.
Okay, so agility would be 4. Athletics is a 2. We got 3 dice. I need one
Yay!
of them.
Yay!
It works.
There we go. Basically, there is a lot of creaking noises that basically accompany Old Tallman as he goes across. Bits and pieces of it flake off and kind of basically bounce down into the ravine, bouncing off the rocks below. But none of the key pieces give, which is the important part. And you make it across safely.
Okay, I would like to point out that if you look at the dice, how they rolled, the third one was the cursed die and it rolled a 19. So, yeah, y'all are welcome.
Just start rapid fire twitching. The next person to walk across the bridge gets launched into the stratosphere.
The next thing you know, ghouls start coming like this in T-pose.
Okay.
Hashtag Fallout 76.
You are now on the far side of the bridge. More cars greet you here. Again,
Hello,
all of
cars.
them look varying levels of scavenged. Everyone can give me a perception survival test. Difficulty 1.
Oh no!
20, roll the 20.
If I succeed and complicate, do they nullify?
No, it just means you succeeded with a complication. Complications
I
aren't
see.
necessarily bad,
Okay.
but they just add something interesting.
Why does it have to be so complicated?
Okay.
Why'd you have to go and make things so
Uh-huh.
complicated?
Yep.
We've been levined for the first time this stream. Will it happen again?
You are levined over the
Always.
ravine.
Oh no. I just love that it wasn't me that burst into song this time. High five, Tony.
Okay,
I
so
waited. I gave you a moment.
My brain went there.
so what ends up happening is this. Basically, you're making your way basically across the bridge. There is a small shanty off to the right. And basically we will determine whether you head that way. While you're doing this, Hazel, you note a cap on the ground. Like a free cap.
Ooh.
You pick it up. You actually note oh, there's another one. And you're kind of doing this basically almost cartoon-ish. Picking
Piece
up
of candy.
Candy.
Yeah,
Ooh.
another piece of candy. Oh, another piece of candy.
I was just trying to unmute myself fast enough to do a piece of candy.
No, allow me. It's my character who's falling into the trap.
Basically, you end up picking up about 5 or 6 caps. And you come to a sedan. And you note that there's like one more cap, basically just. And so you go to pick up the. Basically, you go to kind of stick your hand in, and basically, Augusta suddenly kind of shouts for you to stop moving where you are. You have your hand kind of clutched onto a cap, and Augusta comes over and points out the fact that there is a tripwire which you have pushed almost to the breaking point. Basically, that is hooked up to the lid of this sedan. So you are now in a situation where if you you're not quite certain what's going on, but you can see the tripwire.
What part of my body is this?
Your hand.
Like literally my hand.
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, it is essentially you have pushed the hood up. Basically, you kind of stuck your hand in and that kind of pushed it up, and the tripwire kind of went taut. You're just kind of holding it right at that point.
Okay. Well, Luna, you're the smartest one here.
So, oh my god, wait a minute, can you say that again? I just want to savor that. just one more
Luna,
time.
you're the smartest one here.
Okay, sorry, if we keep that up, we are gonna need the mature tag on this stream. Okay, so,
rated M for mature adult compliments, well wishes, and encouragement.
Oh, no, it's...
Augusta, help!
We don't shame here. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, you just said Augusta help in the way that I'm like Alexa help. Sorry. Let me see. I believe it's an explosives check to disarm, right?
Basically, it is a agility explosives check to disarm.
All right. Well, I got bad news because I am solidly less than mid on both of those skills, so I cannot help on this one. I would advise if anybody does have explosives skill and or perhaps also some pretty sick agility, perhaps we could help a sister out over here so that we don't all go poof.
Do these look like disarming hands to you?
I mean, yes, but probably not the way you mean.
That's funny, Mark.
Let the Wookiee win.
Marvin? Do you have any explosives knowledge?
I'm looking. No.
Well, crap.
Sorry. I don't deal with explosives, but I could probably figure it out.
Oh
You
god,
trust
this
me?
is really just like all of my Fallout playthroughs.
I know about science and survival. I probably won't die.
Well, I have 5 agility, but no explosives.
Same for me.
Don't look at me. I've got 4 agility, 1 explosive, so that's.
I mean, I'm sitting here at 5 agility, 1 explosive, and I'm starting to think, oh god, maybe this is all on my shoulders.
They've got the whole bomb in their hands. They've got the whole big bomb in their hands.
Please, TSA gives me enough trouble already. Every time.
Oh no.
I guess I'm like Hazel. You you want me to give this a shot? I need to be upfront with you. Explosives are something that I understand more in theory than in practice.
Well, I mean, I don't feel like I can move to see more of what's going on, and you probably understand it better than I do anyway, so go for it.
Okay. I'm sorry in advance if I yet again get everyone killed.
If we all die.
Yeah, rocks fall, everyone dies. You might want to all who can
I will
move.
stand back.
Yes, exactly. Safe distance, safe range. Dare I say the magic words? How unlucky can I be?
Okay, before you roll.
Luna!
Before you roll.
Question.
Yes,
Question.
yes.
I am a very, very large individual with a high strength. Why can't I just grab a hold of Hazel, pull them back, and kick the car away?
Oh my god, that would be so badass.
That is your choice.
I
Because
like that.
I've got a feeling it might just, as far as the numbers go, that might be our best option.
Rock troll it, baby.
This all makes me feel really cringy. Hazel is sweating. But 20 is cringing hard.
Don't sweat too much; it'll be hard to get a grasp on you.
Just grab my shirt.
Clench.
Toss. the
Oh
door.
god.
So, what do you say, Mark?
I mean, if you want to do it, that's a. We die. Tell our story, Chad. Well, I mean, it is your call which way you want to do this.
What is the strength modifier that you have here, Tony?
9.
Oh. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. I heard it.
What's the worst that can happen?
Oh my god.
Don't ever
Now
ask that question.
Now we've had a how bad can our luck be and what's the worst that could happen? Come on. Why are you tempting the dice gods? I don't
The
like
next
this
question
choice.
is okay, so this will end up being, for obvious reasons, it's going to be strength.
Athletics or throwing?
athletics, because you're not throwing anybody unless you are chucking Hazel. You're just grabbing and essentially you're grabbing. I'm assuming you're essentially grabbing, turning, and back kicking around that, basically somewhat in that order. Assuming you're putting
I wasn't even thinking about mule kicking. I'm thinking I was just going to.
So you're going to kick the car with Hazel in front of you, using Hazel as a shield. Got it.
No. There's got to be enough room on either side of Hazel to kick the damn car. So I'm going to grab Hazel the same time I kick the thing.
Well,
so there's no chance.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It just means that if damage is done, it is likely going to Hazel instead of you.
I can live with that.
Sir? In that case, I think I would like Luna to attempt to disarm the bomb.
Wow.
When the world does end, I swear, I don't know if this is my low-key death wish or what, but I want Tony on my team. I'm just saying, I'm not going into the wasteland without you, bro.
Savage.
All right, so are we going super mutant awesome sequence
No.
with explosion, or am I like,
No!
It was all
Let's
good
give it up to
until
the meat shield.
it was all good until it was determined that we were taking this as a no damage to me action.
No!
there was that upping on the inflection. Okay, I thought about that. All right, so we've got party, my loves, Habibis, all of you. We have 5 party AP left. Perhaps if I'm going to do this, I should purchase some extra dice. What do we think about this?
I agree.
I mean, I was going to with the kick, so yeah.
Should I drain it and we'll start again, because I'm sure I'll make some more shameful comments before this game is over? Or do we just want to buy 1, 2? What's our thoughts here?
Well, how many luck points do you have?
I have 5.
So you got 5 luck points. We got 5 AP. That you should be able to hit the difficulty on one of these.
All right.
Okay, I'm kidding. Get whatever you think you need, as far as I'm concerned.
Anyone else?
I'm good with 1 to 5. Like, if you want to try a full roll, then go for it.
How bad do you want to live? Like, do you want to live?
I mean, I would like to continue this game.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. That's the other thing I want to check. Okay.
3 gens.
I mean, I also want you to live, because if you're disarming the bomb, you're right there too.
A new hand.
I continue
touches the
moving
beacon.
backwards.
Right. So how many extra dice will spending 5 AP get me here?
It is 1 for 1 additional, 2 for the second one, and 3 for
Okay.
the third. So,
I
buy dice
can
with me if you
theoretic-
want to live.
Exactly, Wolf Mom.
So I'm going to then, I guess, add an extra 2 and subtract 3, leaving us with 2 AP, so we're not quite draining it. Does this sound correct to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my question is, can I also
Roger,
throw
Roger.
a luck point in there?
Yes.
I can.
Basically,
Okay.
luck points are mostly, I think, used afterwards for rerolls.
Okay, cool. So we've got that. I will sacrifice a luck point to save your life.
Our lives.
Our lives. Very good, comrade.
She's
Be
using you
clear
as a
that-
shield as well.
No. I just know that if we're both there and it's a big enough bomb, we're both going.
Right, I am mortal. Huh. I forget that sometimes. Okay, we're doing it. We're going it. I'm clicking the button.
Agility
I'm clicking the button.
explosives.
I am
Difficulty
adding...
2.
Okay, so agility, that's going to be actually 5, skill 1, difficulty 2, and I'm adding an additional 2 dice because I purchased them. Oh god, here we go. Oh my god!
One success.
Okay.
Could have been worse.
You may spend luck points.
With the corollary, correct me if I'm wrong, in this game, if you re-roll worse, you have to take the worse. It's not like advantage where
you're going to re-roll. You're going to re-roll one of your failures. So, this game, you're saying if you roll a complication, that might do things.
You're not going to hit re-roll on the screen. You're going to do another roll.
Okay.
Can I donate luck?
No. Basically, the answer is I might consider it if it wasn't for the fact that you said your character was practically leaving the county.
No.
Yeah. I'm shouting suggestions and advice from afar. What are you talking about?
For some reason, this doesn't appear to be helping.
Dang.
All right, I will.
Marvin, stop robot splaining from a distance.
All right, I will re-roll then one of my failures.
Yep. Basically, you can re-roll. Basically, where each luck point you can re-roll a die. You cannot re-roll a die which has already been rolled.
Okay.
Yeah, and you must accept the re-rolled result even if it's worse.
Oh god. Okay. You know what?
You're re-rolling the 14, the 9, or the 9.
I'm a team player. I'm gonna spend 2 luck points.
Alright, you could just spend 1 and see, and then do it again.
Okay. Fair point. Okay. So we're gonna So there we go. 4 luck points, and do I click reroll here, or do I just do 1 d20?
Roll 1 d20.
Okay. Hold on.
Need under a 6.
No!
Another luck point!
Hey! Basically, thanks for raiding. Basically, you have joined us just in time to catch catch us. Basically, attempting to disarm a bomb. And 20s Hazel and Augusta are currently in an awkward situation. They're desperately hoping for luck to save them.
Lord, I see what you have done for others. Why? I just want a nat 1. Once in my life.
One more chance.
Oh, goodness.
All right. I'm taking it down another point. I gotta do it. I'm a comrade. I gotta save lives here. Well, shit.
At least it wasn't
Back to
20.
They had a super mutant kick in a car, but oh no, we want to live.
The day is still young, and that roll
Tony?
sucked, so nothing is guaranteed yet, Tony.
Okay, so what that means at this point is basically you manage to get Hazel. Basically, you get Hazel's hand back out.
Okay.
But in the process of basically of kind of trying to put it back down, you hear the sound of a pin falling out of something.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Gloiven.
So, because you had 1 success, each of you gets a agility, we'll make it agility athletics, as you essentially both throw yourself to the side as a baseball grenade goes off in the trunk of the car.
At least there's baseball.
Hmm?
It was a pleasure playing with y'all today.
Oh, dear God.
All right, so I get to roll damage.
Emotional and otherwise.
Emotional damage.
Don't leave me here with the weird robot.
Excuse me. Why do you say I'm weird?
Emotional damage.
Oh my God.
Perfect.
Marvin, you wouldn't have heard that. You're too far away.
I have excellent hearing. It says so right on my character sheet.
I love the fact that this has decided to stop responding to me. This is less than useful. I've rerolled it.
Just like my dad.
Please hang. Please hold.
Sorry.
Oh wait,
Dang.
Father's Day's coming up. Give him the gift of Loreley. Hashtag not an authorized use of the brand.
Oh, no.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my God, Luna. I didn't talk about emotional, damn it. I
Hey.
just went on an emotional roller coaster.
Damage 3. Okay. So basically 3 damage. Basically we will okay. Either we will do this via D20 or someone can volunteer. Basically I'm splitting this 1 and 2 into a damage pool of 1 and a damage pool of 2.
I'll take 2.
Okay.
Luna spent all the luck points. I'll take the 2.
I still got 2 left.
Give me a D20 roll for hit location. Well, good. Basically, you managed to avoid 1 and 2, which is your head, and this instead hits you in the torso.
Oh,
so,
great.
I mean, it's better than your head. You're going to take 2 points of damage in your torso. So if you look on, you've got a paper doll.
Yes.
So let me. I believe that you have physical damage resistance there.
It says 1 under that.
Yep. Okay. Let me actually bring up. Okay, it's physical. I'm not adding anything. Alright. So, for Hazel. This is where I have to double check how this works. Ugh. Basically, while I'm doing that, basically, Luna, go ahead and roll me a d20 for Augusta to see where she takes her damage.
For a minute, I thought you were going to say, while I'm doing this, do a bit, and I was ready. I was ready.
Give us some lore on baseball grenades while you're at it, you know?
Alright, I have rolled a 4. Consult thine table.
Thine table says that a 4 is also torso.
Hooray!
So you both
I
managed to
think.
take this in your chest, which is generally where you're better armored. I don't know basically how much armor Augusta actually has.
Not so much anymore.
Combat. Damage is physical. Qualities, ammunition. This is a lot of stuff on how that works.
Still think you should let me kick the car.
Yeah, Wolf Mom, I actually have a lab
Probably.
coat, but I'm going to go out on a limb. No pun intended, because we're looking at hit locations. And I'm going to say that lab coat, which does not have the ballistic weave added to it yet, probably also sucks at preventing physical damage.
You are correct.
Yeah. But the minute that comes up, tactical lab coat.
That's a damage effect, damaging amount of damage effect.
I mean, they do make the
27
armored
and
vault
32.
suits.
They do what, Tony?
They do make armored vault suits.
Do they?
Yeah, but you can never frickin' repair them. Sorry. Feelings. Ooh. Anger. Rage. My bad. Sorry. Just spent half of Fallout 3 looking for a way to repair my jumpsuit myself that they started me out with, and I'm like, but why? There's one.
How does that work? Okay, so because it hit you in your torso, it's going to go ahead and I believe, let me double check how this works. Okay. Basically, you will reduce the damage by how much your armor is in that section.
Okay. Physical armor?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay, well that's easy because it's 0.
Okay. And basically then reduce that amount of health from your health points.
So 4 from torso.
No. 4 was location. You only
Okay.
get 1 damage.
Yep.
I only get 1 damage?
Yep.
Yeah, because I took 2.
Aww, friendship.
Well, and also I have physical resistance, so I actually only took 1 too. So
Sick.
high five.
All
High
right.
five.
So the downside to that is there's a large explosion. And basically all of you are kind of dealing with ringing ears for a brief bit. But you start to hear scuttling noises coming from the shack. So,
Scuttling?
scuttling on basically something moving on multiple limbs that is loud enough that you can hear it moving on multiple limbs.
Multiple meaning more than 2?
Meaning more than 2.
I mean, it's fine. We're all level 1. He's not a mean GM. He's not going to put a death claw in there, so we're good.
Marvin rushes in.
Now that the explosion danger is over, how interesting.
Yeah, scuttling we can deal with. We have flamers for that.
Okay.
I just pull out my baseball bat and start heading towards the shack.
Okay.
This is what I'm here for.
All right. So we will go ahead. Basically, we are at what, 2 hours, I think, at this point? Just basically almost exactly 2 hours we've been streaming. So basically, do we need to basically take a brief bathroom break before we get deep into combat? This is the appropriate moment to take bathroom breaks and otherwise refill water and drinks and do other things. So we will take a 5-minute, 10-minute. What do people want?
10?
10.
10.
That'd
Okay.
be easier.
10 is easier. So meet back here at 3:25. Basically 25. Whatever hour is appropriate for you.
You're not my real dad.
No,
I think remember what you said. It sounds like that's a good thing.
If you see him at the store getting cigarettes, tell him it's been 20 years.
Oh.
So last year when I went to get Cat, when I picked him up, I gave him some milk. Finally came back with the milk.
Oh.
Tony. Oh no.
The kids these days even know that.
Yes, yeah, he's the one that started saying when we were getting everything ready. He's like, "Are you finally bringing back the milk?" So, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, in that case, it's funny.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Okay. On that note, we'll see y'all in 10.
See you all in
BRB.
10.
So you guys are going to be making your first communion this year. Can anybody tell me what that means?
A white princess dress with sparkles and a crown.
Well, actually, Grace...
Loads of money and cards and stuff.
No.
Robux.
No, Jimmy.
A big bouncy castle party in my backyard.
No.
Oh, I know, we get one of those wee crispy things that the priest is eating in mass.
Close enough, Jimmy. It's actually...
Wait, so is it like a what's it?
Jason, it's not a crisp, it's bread.
Then my daddy said they're called Jesus.
He calls it a what now?
I never had a Jesus before. Is the Jesus bread gluten free? Cause if it's not, I'm not allowed to eat it.
That's a good question, Grace. Let me get back to you on that one, okay, mate?
My mommy can't eat the Jesus thing either because she is a prostitute.
For the last time, Jimmy, your mommy is a Protestant, not a prostitute.
Grace, maybe you're a prostitute too?
Protestant.
That's what I said. No, I is a Catholic.
Grace, it's celiac, remember?
Oh, wait, but yesterday you said we were all Catholics.
Yes, Jason, you are all Catholics.
So is she a Catholic or a celiac?
Grace is a Catholic, Jenny, but she's also a celiac, which means she can only eat certain foods.
So is she only half a Catholic? My daddy calls my mommy a half-lick.
A half-lick.
So are the Jesus, are they like spicy like Takis?
It's bread. It's not a crisp.
Wait, so what flavor is the Jesus thing that we have to eat? Is it like salt and vinegar?
Okay, so remember yesterday when we were talking about how the Eucharist represents Jesus?
Oh, so it's Jesus flavor, Jason. I've never had Jesus flavor before. Me neither. Maybe you can only get it in like the American candy stores or something.
No, boys, it is not Jesus flavor. The bread represents the body of Jesus and the wine represents his blood.
Bruh, his body. His blood is emotional damage. No, I've not eaten that body flavor crust. I'm just gonna bring Takis.
It's not his real body.
Yeah,
You
because
would
they're
just listen.
definitely out
If
of
you would just
date
listen.
too. Because Jesus died like 14 million years ago.
Now you see, you pick me up, bro.
I'm not eating anybody's body, and I'm not drinking anybody's blood. I'm gonna be a celiac like Grace.
Celiac.
I have wine. Is the wine gluten free? Wait, but only vampires
If you
drink
would
blood.
just be quiet.
No wonder my mommy's a prostitute.
But for the last time, Jimmy, your mother is a Protestant. She is not a prostitute, okay?
That's what I said.
So somehow magically stuff got fixed up. I don't know. It was capturing a particular audio window and it decided to pick up a different one. I don't know how things basically how does streaming work these days? I need to unmute the rest of the call so I can hear them lovely commentating on my actions. It's fine. It's fine.
To be fair, that would have been a lot worse if it was one of the TikToks that I watch. So,
So Mark broadcast the TikTok, not our voices. Whew.
That's
A little bit better.
Yeah, just a TikTok, just a TikTok quietly in the background as we're talking.
Apparently it was just that portion of the video might get muted. Who knows? We'll find out. So, hope you enjoyed. Welcome back. What is streaming? What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. I don't have that on my soundboard anymore. That's a shame. It's a TikTok question. No endorsement from Lore Lake. Or the Catholic Church. Or the Protestant Church. Or Takis, probably, for that matter.
Jimmy!
Oh, goodness.
All right. So, we are back, and basically where we left our group of intrepid adventurers, they were basically having just set off a grenade, are dealing with the fact that there is a large number of skittling and scraping noises coming from the shack as things start to pour out. Things that look a lot like that.
Ooh.
Oh, poop sticks.
Gross.
About 5 of them. Though basically for the purposes
warning for bugs.
the purposes of the encounter, they are basically essentially one group. They're a swarm of them essentially. So they are going to be essentially one creature for the purposes of combat. So, how combat works. Basically, first thing basically everyone needs to look up is there is an initiative value on your sheet. It is on your first page of the sheet.
Yep. Status,
and we are going to go from highest to lowest. At that basically on your turn, you are going to be able to take a minor action and a major action. Minor actions are things like aiming, which allows you to re-roll a d20 as you basically of your roll. So normally you're rolling 2d20, but you could basically, if you take a minor action to aim, you'll re-roll one of them. You can draw an item if your weapons are already out. At this point, I was assuming everyone was drawing weapons as soon as the skittering was being heard, so I'm going to assume everyone starts with their weapon out in this particular case. Interactions are minor actions, so like if you need to open a door, basically things like if you want to open a door, a trunk, something like that, pick something up. Those are all interact options. Movement is changing from one zone to another. Most of the Fallout, most of the Modifius 2D20 games in general treat basically ranges as more or less theater of the mind. So you have reach, which is everything within reach of you. Close range are things which are nearby. Medium ranges are things you need to move. Basically, you need to actually spend an action to get to. Longer ranges are things that's going to take you several actions to get to. And then there's like extreme range, which is like things you can see but can't interact with, like the moon. Basically, there is take chem. Basically, if you happen to be holding any chemicals of any sorts you wish to ingest into your body, that is a take chem minor action. Major actions are your obvious things such as attack something, defend, which is essentially you take a roll and you add to your defense. You can patch someone else up, which is a first aid action. You can assist somebody. Basically, this is much like the group test we did earlier. You roll 1d20, they roll their 2d20. If they succeed and you succeed, you add your success to theirs. Rally is basically essentially catching your breath. Basically, it allows you to essentially make a difficulty 0 test and generate action points. Readying is the old D&D Pathfinder classic of when they do this, then I'm going to act. It's a way of catching up to somebody who's acting later than you in the round. Sprint lets you move twice. Essentially, if you want to go from where you are to a long range, you can spend a major action to sprint. And basically anything else which is more complicated than an interaction object goes into a major. Basically, as a note, action points in combat can be spent to buy d20s like normal, basically rolling tests, basically obtaining information about the scene, basically, you could take an additional minor action for 1 action point, take an additional major action for 2 action points, and you can also add damage to your attack once you successfully hit with 1, 2, 3 action points as well. So attacking is just basically picking your weapon, rolling. Basically, all of you have weapons which are listed in your your weapon section on your character sheet. Basically, clicking them will pick the correct thing for melee weapons or ranged weapons or thrown weapons or unarmed if you just want to punch a rad roach. Then you will basically determine where you are hitting. If you wish to, basically, which is a random d20 roll. So basically, all that really matters is basically if you do 5 or more damage to a particular body part, you have a chance of causing a crit, which will do something special. So if you break their legs, they can't move as fast. If you hit them in the head, basically they have other difficulties. If you break their head, as it were, arms you disarm them. That matters less here, obviously. But that's what targeting is for. Augusta has a Pip-Boy, which grants her VATS, which means she doesn't have to increase difficulty in order to pick a particular body part. She could just do that for free. Everybody else, the difficulty of the test goes up by 1 if you pick a particular body part. Other difficulties, yes. So, but basically, my creatures have an initiative of a 9. What is the highest initiative in this group?
I have 11.
11.
Got higher than I do. Cool.
This initiative goes up to 11.
Okay. In case of ties, I believe that you determine basically if there's a tie, the GM determines which character or creature goes first. I'm going to say it's up to you guys. You essentially all will line up. And basically in this particular case, you're all pretty much just lining up the firing squad and whatever comes out of this, staring at it with horror. So, whichever one of you 11s wants to go first. Basically, at this place, so ranges for this combat. The bridge area that you are on is essentially going to be close. The shack itself is going to be considered medium.
And they are on the bridge or in the shack?
They're in the shack. They are boiling out of the shack. 5 of them are coming out. Basically, some come out at windows, some come out doors, some come through cracks in the walls.
If you don't mind, I'll throw some flame on it.
Roach shack, yes.
Go ahead, Marvin. While I pay
Okay, thank you.
Tony.
With that, Marvin will close the distance to where everybody else is, and then release a range medium flamer.
Okay.
Burn these things out.
So your minor action is move. Your major action is attack.
Yep.
Basically, you're using the flamer. You may choose a hit location if you wish. If not, roll your attack.
I want to hit as many of them as possible.
That's just if you're not particularly, it's just you're kind of picking a
blanket
number.
The area.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just 2 is probably okay for now. Although my attribute is only it's the which attribute is it supposed to be? This feels like the wrong attribute, maybe.
It's likely agility. Unless flavors use something different.
It did not default to my agility. It defaulted to something that has a 4.
Is that your perception? It may be considered an energy weapon. Yeah, let me look.
Yeah, it is an energy weapon, probably. Well, it's either going with luck or endurance.
It's 4-2.
According to chat, flamer is big guns, which is endurance.
Oh, it's big guns. Okay.
So it is endurance.
Thanks,
Got
Wolf
it. That makes
Mom.
sense.
Thank you, Wolf Mom.
Can I bump up a 3rd die? What would I need to do that?
That is spending an action point. You can either take one from the pool, or you can give one to me. Your choice.
What is our current pool?
2, I think.
Yes.
Do you mind if I take one?
Go ahead.
All right. Roll it. Yes. Heck yeah.
So many successes.
Okay. Their target number is their defense, which in this case, the defense of these little suckers is... Why is that not just a... Oh, defense is 2, right there. Okay. Defense is 2, so the target number you have to get is 2 or under. Actually, no. You never basically the number of successes you need is 2. That's what defense means.
That
so
sounds
you need
better.
2, so you need 2 successes. You got 3,
that.
so you got 1. You get 1 action point back immediately.
Yes.
And then left arm, arm 1, left front wing, left wing. Okay. It has 10 hit locations.
I mean, I would kind of just assume that fire would be an all-over thing.
It is, well, actually, what is the... So the abilities on that are... Burst, the additional takes 1 to basically hits 1 additional target within close range. There isn't another one, so basically you're hitting the swarm as a whole. That's what happens. Basically, for each effect to roll, your attack affects 1 additional hit on the target. For each additional hit, so yeah, that's when you roll that. Debilitating. In order to basically treating those wounds is basically harder. You can't get any benefit from aiming because it's hard to. Okay, so go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay. How do I?
Basically, so there is a.
I see.
Yep.
I got it. Number of dice 3.
Okay, so you got 3 damage, no effects. Okay, so
Okay.
basically nothing catches on fire. But you do.
Can
what
I
was
can I
You
spend
can't-
luck to add anything?
It is not luck. It is you can spend luck to re-roll. Basically, luck will
Not to
re-roll.
add.
Basically, luck re-rolls up to 3, I believe, unless I am badly mistaken. Up
Good
to
enough
3,
roll, I
yes.
don't
You
know
can
that I
you can
wanna
re
do
you can
that.
re-roll all of them if you wish, for 1 luck point, or you can add additional ones with action points.
What do these dice look like?
It's
Like-
1.
Like, is the dud 1
2
and 6, 2 and 6, 3 and 6? Let's see. These are the.
You know, it'd be nice if they talked about that on the dice. Wolfmom, do you know what the effect of 1, 2, blank, blank, 1 plus 1 plus effect, and 1 plus effect? So 2 dud, basically 1 in 3 chance of a dud, 1 in 3 chance of an effect, and then 1 in 3 chance of just straight damage.
Okay. So I'm going to. And the damage is either going to be a 1 or a 2.
Correct.
I
So
didn't catch
most
anything
damage
on
you could get
fire,
is
which
6.
Unfortunate, but
Basically, if you get an effect, you do get
Yeah.
basically, you get additional hits on the target.
can I re-roll just the 2 dice and keep the 2 hits?
Yes. I mean, yes, it
And
says
so I
up to.
Click the 2. Do I click the 2 I'm re-rolling, or do I click the ones that I'm keeping?
Have basically your guinea pig. You're our guinea pig.
Well, it's the same result. Oh well, I'll
Did
take
you
it.
mean to re-roll it that way, or did you just want to re-roll the blank one?
I re-rolled the blank and the 1.
Oh, okay.
Those are the two I selected. I clicked reroll, and it did in fact reroll those two, and they just swapped sides.
They just swap sides. Okay, cool. Mark down your luck expenditure, and you will do 3 damage to the rad roaches.
Thanks, Wolf Mom.
Yes.
It's fine. I still did 3 damage to an area. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Burn bugs.
Whoever wishes to go next.
Hazel, how you feeling after the explosion?
Would using the first aid skill be a major or a minor action?
Major.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead,
Okay.
Luna?
Yes, so I, suns out, guns out, got my 10mm pistol here, which I am going to shoot a rad roach with, so hooray. Got 1 success.
Okay. They are a target number of. They are defensive 2, which means that is going to miss unless you reroll. As a note, it does appear that the reroll button will reroll. We basically let you pick how many dice you reroll.
Okay, and reroll spends AP or luck?
Luck.
Luck. Yeah, why not? Okay.
It's funny how numbers work in your basically still a miss. Okay. Basically,
well.
so you fire into them. Basically, they are already kind of scattering due to the flamer fuel, and so you basically have a difficult time pegging one of them. Oh, I did need to roll where that hit. It was a 4, right? So 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4. So it was in the thruster. I think that's supposed to be torso, not thruster. Okay.
These are some very advanced rad roaches technology.
That's a different set of. That's a different set of. I don't know. And then again, I'm like, I don't know where it's getting those things from anyway because I don't have those. Okay, cool.
I don't
In any
know
case,
about anyone else, but rad roaches with thrusters is terrifying.
That's right. Marvin can get hit in the thruster. So yeah, it is your hit locations. It's listing on there for some reason, not the targets. It must be assuming you're targeting yourself because you haven't specified an actual target. That's fine. It did. Oh, I could just switch that to that. Okay, neat. So I could drag one of those out there on the table. Not that it's going to last much longer. All right. So that leaves Old Tolman. No, it leaves either Hazel or Old Tolman.
I thought, Hazel, did you have a 10 or 11?
I have an 11.
So I've got a 10. So
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm next.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot with my laser gun. And so I just click roll on it?
Yep.
Is that correct? Okay.
Two successes because of the crit means that you will hit.
Woo!
So go ahead and click
Woo!
damage. Two laser gun with 2 + 2 effects. Damage effects is piercing 1. Ignore 10 points of the target's DR for each effect rolled, or X is the rating of the damage effect. If red roaches had basically had energy, had energy resistance that would go through it. They don't, but they still take the 2 points of damage. Basically, there's essentially one, basically out of the swarm, there's essentially just one left, kind of still scurrying furiously towards you, as Old Tall Man steps up.
Crunch.
Mhm.
Well, I already
Is,
had the baseball bat out, so just let's swing with their. Actually, is it would even swing or just be grabbing it and just crunch, jabbing down with it? But
And if you're attacking with the baseball bat, you're either attacking with the baseball bat or if unarmed. It is your choice. That's 4 points of damage on the roll. Or do effects count as 1? Oh, they do. Okay, never mind. That's 4 points of damage. So the laser gun nails the rest of them. Got it. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank
We'll let you
Wolfram.
go Joe Pesci on something else later, Tony. I promise.
you won't
Old
let me
Tallman
kick
strolls through
cars,
and makes sure that they stay down.
Won't let me kick cars. Won't let me bash a rad roach.
So, as a note, for those who have fired at weapons that have ammunition, make sure you reduce the ammunition by the amount, basically by at least 1.
It did that for me automatically.
Oh, nice. It may have done that automatically if you click that attack button, so there you go. Alright, so
Where is that tracked?
it's underneath the weapons.
Like for me, there's a parenthesis after the weapon, and that's the number of shots of
Oh.
that.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. Today we learned.
Okay, so basically the rest of the red riches kind of scurry away, and basically it becomes quieter now on the bridge, other than the crackling sound of bug carcasses still burning slightly after being set on fire, and a slight putrid smell in the air. As a note, basically those of you who have survival and some ranks in survival, you are aware of the fact that catch you in a bit, Wolfmom. You are aware of the fact that basically Rad Roach is technically edible. If somebody wants to attempt to cut some out of it. Basically,
That looks both yummy and nutritious. You should consider saving some for later. It does a body good.
Also, if I unmute, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go grab some.
yep.
Yeah, same.
Why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Why do you tempt fate like this?
Every time she unmutes.
Okay, so how this ends up working is that you are going to roll a endurance survival test. The difficulty for getting meat out of rad roaches is 0. So basically, it'll get essentially out of all of it, you will get
Wow.
Complication.
Apparently, what we need to be doing, Tony, is tempting the dice gods to
I mean, she rolled a success with a complication.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay,
Well
never
done.
mind. I'm gonna shut up.
It's like the electric knife at Thanksgiving. That's what it is. That's what happened. And you all know what I'm talking about.
God, when you're trying to get meat off a rad roach using a ripper.
So
I was
Basically-
getting hungry.
Hey X, don't give Mark ideas on what the complication should be. Seriously,
Yeesh.
not appreciated.
let's see here. So basically, it is actually the complication is kind of basically it's a discussion between myself and basically the person who rolled it. What happens? Basically, unless there's something I have particularly in mind. The default is, if you can't think of anything in particular, is you give me an action point. That is essentially, it's fine, everything's fine. Was that thunder in the distance or something else? And you just move on. So, any thoughts on your complication, Augusta?
Oh God, improv failing me for once. Oh God. Is it possible that I just don't get any because I suck at carving up a rad roach?
No, because you have the complication cannot remove your success.
Damn. Okay.
Basically, that is to prevent me from saying, "Oh, you got a complication. That means you don't actually do X or Y." No. You still do it. There's just something else that is going to happen. Like again, the default is if you don't want to think of anything, you just give me an action point, and it comes back to haunt you later.
You mash the shell up inside the meat, and so you'll end up having to eat the shell.
Ew. Like less good rad roach meat? Is that possible? I don't. I'm just.
We could say that you are basically what ends up happening is that basically this is you to accept or reject. Basically, you might have nicked much like with shrimp, they have that mud vein. And basically, if you get that in there, it's just nasty. You might have nicked that, but you're not certain. It's probably fine. There's a chance it's bad. But, basically, you don't say anything about it. Just hand the meat off.
Is poop again.
So there's a chance that something could happen. Basically, whenever that meat gets consumed in the future, there is a chance that something could happen. Not necessarily, though. It could be fine. It's probably fine. No need to mention it, and basically sully your reputation in front of these non-vault dwellers.
What's that TikTok sound? I was in rehab at 15. I feel like this isn't my biggest problem. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Thank you.
Okay. So go ahead, basically whoever wants to take it can add rad roach meat to their it's a consumable. And you can add edible. You can edit it and add a note to it that says probably good.
Nice.
So I didn't succeed, so that means I didn't get any.
Correct.
Okay. I'm fine with that after this whole discussion.
Welcome back. Okay. So, all right. So basically, you've finished that up. So there is the basically you have the cars around you in various conditions. Some of them have a little bit more dents and holes and basically flame scarred than others. But your choices are you could continue to salvage those cars, you could check out this shack, or you could press on to the vertibird.
How long have we been here? It was the quarter day to getting to the bridge.
You've been here probably about 30 to 45 minutes. It was 30 minutes to salvage, and then 15 minutes when you walked across the bridge. Probably spent about 10 minutes or so, basically with the booby trap, and then 5 minutes or less taking care of the insects.
I say we check out the shack and keep moving.
I just have a question. Based on my experience in the Wasteland, would I know whether a rad roach was smart enough to set a trap with caps?
You basically no. Basic is no. Red roaches don't set traps. No.
Okay.
They're just radiated roaches, which are just larger and more aggressive.
That's what I thought. So Hazel will look at the party and go,
Except for that one vault, but we don't talk about that.
Hazel will look at the party and go, okay, rad roaches aren't smart enough to set a trap with caps. So, what the heck just happened?
Well, I have the feeling that somewhere around here, based on stacks of cars with bridges on them, and it's on top of a overpass, there's probably a group of raiders around here, I would guess, which I will argue I would know because I've been out in the wasteland for a really long time, and I would have picked up on a few things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Bridges, air quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But the corollary there is that raiders do often have decent stuff. There might be some ammo boxes or something in here somewhere. But I would suggest we look quickly and then leave because... Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look in this shack, I think.
Okay.
At least.
All right. Go basically the shack itself is it's small. It is a one-room affair. Built from scavenged pieces of rusty tin, car hoods, car doors, some doors out the back of a cargo truck type thing. So keeps the weather out, but doesn't keep anything out or in, as has been demonstrated. Inside, you have a life lesson from the wasteland. There is a dead, picked clean body lying on a bed inside. Inside, it is surrounded by several empty whiskey bottles and open cans of pork and beans. Rule number 1 of the wasteland: never leave any food out. Basically, looking around, you can see various containers, which obviously look like they've been designed to be strapped to a pack or something like that and carried. There are they appear to have some stuff stuffed into them. There is atop a milk crate. There is a journal which is written on it, Sam's Finds, in mostly legible English. Giant cursive, giant block letters, essentially.
Open the Necronomicon.
Okay. Inside the journal, you find essentially kind of what looks like someone of second or third grade writing skill, writing notes on stuff that they have found in the cars. It lists various loots, stuff they have found, the amount they sold them for, in a place called Bolton is listed. But it's got various notes, stuff they found, stuff they sold it for, whiskey! Exclamation points, lots of underscores, going to get to eat. It lists some, the most recent lists seem to list rad drugs, and then found kitchen store, kitchen stuff. Will try to sell. And then underneath it says, wait, found, saw something cool while out exploring. And then underneath that, in bigger text, it says "Big Score" and underlined and like circled. Drove me off. Hire Mercs in Bolton. There is a kind of a there's an odd, basically kind of circle and a star. Basically kind of scribbled into the corner by the words "Big Score."
Can I like add this to my Pip-Boy for later as a place to check out?
Yep.
Sick. I do that.
Okay. So basically you make a note of that. Basically, the circle and the star. Basically, most of you recognize that as basically it looks like it's a very crude rendition of the U.S. military symbol. So basically, you're guessing it means that he found some kind of base somewhere nearby. Basically, people wish to basically go into the containers and look for stuff.
I will
containers
go
in
in
the
and
shack?
search
Yes.
around.
Okay. Everybody give me perception survival.
I am happy to.
Okay.
Hey, look at all the
There's
successes.
some good rolls.
Good morning.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Refilling the
Could've
party
used
AP there.
those
The
when I was
difficulty is
designing.
1. So
Nah.
what you guys will find is one of the containers contains 2 doses of Radaway.
Hooray!
Basically, those are not familiar with the game.
we-
That is anti-radiation drugs.
Nice. Do we actually add 5 to the party AP?
Difficulty
Or
was
4,
1,
sorry.
so yeah.
Dang.
You
So
all
basically
basically
we're
kind
maxed out
of you
again.
all feel so basically excited to actually find stuff in this shack.
Whoa.
Basically, Augusta will find the Radaway. Marvin will basically find about 10 caps worth of random junk, utensils, mugs, and an old semi-functional typewriter and some other things.
Semi-functional.
I mean, it probably types. It may not have a ribbon.
It was 2 Radaway?
Yes, 2 Radaway. 2
Okay.
doses of Radaway.
Okay, and how much is that preventing? Or removing, rather. Sorry, Radaway is the removal.
Yes. If you add it to your inventory, you should be able to consume it in there.
Okay.
And that will remove radiation damage. I believe killed in this game takes from your max.
Okay.
And so Radaway is the only way of restoring that.
Cool.
So far, you don't have any radiation damage. So far. That's because nobody actually got bit by the red roaches.
Hooray.
It's because we pew-pewed them.
You did.
It's radiation away, not rodent away.
Yeah. And basically, Tolman thinks kind of fine. Tolman spots something under the bed, and kind of reaches down there. Doesn't come up with anything. But Hazel manages to get deeper in there and pulls out 2 full bottles of whiskey.
Ooh.
Nice. You'll all appreciate that.
How do I add that to my sheet?
If it is not listed under if you go to gear, if it's not listed under consumables, you can add it. It is probably just go ahead and add it under miscellany, and just click add and just type whiskey, and then put the quantity to 2. basically the magnifying glass lets you search through all the items which are in the database. The add button lets you add a new one. This always confuses me whenever I use for basically use Foundry, because I always click add first and it adds basically a blank entry, and I'm like, no, I meant and I delete it and I do the search.
Okay. Got it.
Why did you not loop? Okay. All right. So, basically, that is what you find in the shack, and now basically you are basically more time does not basically reveal anything else. So, you are free to continue on the rest of the way.
Let's do it.
All right. As a note, for any effects which basically are based on scene, basically that is essentially the end of that scene. Basically, we'll move on to a new scene. And that is the fact that you come up. Basically, you spend another. Basically, this will be another 4 hours as essentially you finish the rest. Basically, as you finish the rest of the half-day journey, or not 4 hours, 6 hours. So basically, deal with food and water as necessary.
I'm sorry, I was tuned out. What did you say the effects were?
It is 6 hours. So that is enough to move you from basically down another level of hunger if you didn't deal with that. And that will do the same thing with basically that will bring you to thirsty from quenched.
Got it.
And you are now all tired because it has been over 8 hours.
No, I'm not.
Yep. Except for the robot who can ignore all this. Yes. Okay. So, basically, where this leads you to is, basically you're starting to approach the ridge. Basically that leads down into the gulch. Basically you can see smoke and things like that coming out of the gulch, so you know you're approaching where the crash site is. It's basically they're not making any effort to hide, so you can see the fact that there are like small objects kind of zipping in the air, basically over where the smoke is. Basically, that is what you're seeing as you approach the crash site.
Let's go. I will be happy to go in first and take a look around.
Thank you, Marvin.
Marvin flips up a buzzsaw and goes and heads on in.
Okay, so basically scraggly trees, wild plants, and boulders dot the expanse. As you start to approach the ridge, you can start hearing the snap of laser weapons firing, and the mechanical drone of normal voices. Anyone else, they'd be robot voices. And again, those kind of buzzing objects are getting large. You can start to see them in a little bit more details. You're fairly certain there's some kind of flying robot. I mean, they seem to be kind of dipping down into towards the crash site, then popping back up and kind of zipping around the area. And basically, you know the fact that if you keep going, they are likely to spot you.
We'll stop and... Can I identify them from here without getting seen?
I mean, you identify them obviously as robots, the particular type of robot that they are. Give me intelligence and science. So basically intelligence science roll.
Okay. Oof. That's not good.
Okay. So, any ideas on what that complication is as you're attempting to remember what this robot is?
That's my buddy. He looks familiar.
So you're going to identify them as
I know
friendly.
his name.
Okay. So you're not certain
It's
exactly
not
what they
friendly,
are, but you're
friendship.
fairly certain that you recall them as being basically friendly and helpful robots. Obviously, they're
Yes,
zipping around
exactly.
they're zipping around the crash site. They probably got released during the crash, and they're attempting to fix or repair or do something, and are obviously having some complications doing that. They are friend-shaped. Why not friends if friend-shaped?
Zip forward. Hello, buddies. Good to see you. My name is Marvin.
Okay,
You
so
should
the
hang
rest
out
of
with
you
us.
basically see Marvin kind of start to approach the ridge, then kind of stare up into the sky for a bit, then suddenly zip forward, waving an appendage towards these robots flying through the sky. Basically, Augusta and Hazel both can give me an intelligence science check at difficulty 2, since you're dealing with a longer range, to see if you recognize what these are.
Yay, I'm smart. The glasses worked.
How do I account for
You
difficulty?
didn't even
2?
need to use the lab coat. How you did account for what? Sorry.
The difficulty being 2.
You did, basically, it's just something you check when you look at the.
So I just roll, in other words.
Yep.
Okay.
They seem familiar to but that roll Augusta twice.
It looks like it
does-
did.
It does say Augusta, but I rolled on my sheet.
Okay.
Weird.
I mean, it is a different target number, so okay.
Yeah. Weird.
Oh, you're set up as being Augusta for some reason.
I am?
Uh-huh.
I've been rolling as myself, though.
User configuration. Selected character. Release character. Hazel. Save configuration. There you go. Now you're Hazel.
Should I just do it again?
No, basically, it correctly got the target number. It got the target number correct. It just
Okay.
it's identifying you in the chat as being Augusta rather than Hazel. That's all that mattered for. Okay, so you're looking up and you're like, those do look familiar, but what are they? Basically, you are but Augusta is fairly certain that these are Institute robots, known as iBots.
I as in letter I?
I as in eyeball. One of the smaller robots designed by Robco Industries. Despite their compact size, they're outfitted with a number of useful technologies. Long-range antenna allow them to receive radio broadcasts. They basically are used by the Brotherhood of Steel and the Minutemen for surveillance. or they sometimes are just found in the wastes, roaming around. While often friendly when encountered, they will defend themselves if attacked. The degradation system leads some units to be hostile on sight.
Are any of these units hostile on sight?
The answer is it is unusual for them to be flying around a battlefield like this if they haven't been stirred up.
Okay, I'm interested to see what happens with Marvin then.
Okay.
Marvin's like, "Hi, friends!" They're like, "Shooty bang bang!"
In fact, actually, that is what happens next, is one of the iBots spots Marvin, zips towards him, and basically there is a zorch sound as it fires at... By the way, for those who are interested, this is what it looks like. No insect warning.
That's not friend-shaped.
Yeah, it depends on what you think your friends look like.
All right.
So
God damn it, Leroy.
these are range medium. So what is your defense, Marvin?
Oh. Fence. 1 second.
As long as...
1. My defense is 1.
Okay. So the target number is 1. Basically, it fires in your direction. Basically, there's a zorting sound as it fires in your general direction, but does not land a hit.
That's good.
And we can go ahead and drop into initiative at this point. So, basically establishing the combat lines. Basically initiative for now is going to be Marvin first, since he is obviously going to react faster than the rest of you, because he's the one being fired at. Then it is going to be basically Augusta, since you recognize it, you're like, I wonder if they're... Yeah, no, they're hostile. Basically, you were kind of expecting that, and basically you had it, so you'll be next, then Hazel, then Old Tall Man. Currently, I'm going to say that basically it is at medium range to Marvin, which means that it's at long range to everybody else. It is flying, however, so no, you basically melee weapons will not work on it. Closing to where Marvin is will basically bring it to medium range, and that Marvin is basically essentially medium range to all of you. So one movement will get you to Marvin as a minor action. So their initiative is 9. There are other things going on down in the valley that you're not aware of, but basically for now, just consider it. Basically, combat will not end when you defeat the iBot scouts. But basically, you can continue on into the valley. Getting into the valley is long range, or the gulch rather. So, Marvin, you're up first.
I am within medium range of... There's 2 of them or 3 of them?
There are 2 of them flying around. One of them has definitely spotted you, and is basically currently actively engaged. You're guessing the second one will join now that the first one has fired on you.
Well, I already had my buzzsaw out. Now that they tuck a pot shot at me, I'm going to... Can I move up to close range from here? As my minor action?
Given it does not give me anything, that basically they are also hovering, so yes.
Okay. Then I will close the distance to the one that took a pot shot at me and hit him with the buzzsaw.
Okay. You swing the buzzsaw at it, but it manages to just just nimbly dodge to the side, only losing a bit of antenna,
Bummer.
not taking any actual damage. Okay. Augusta?
Yeah, okay. Cool.
So, on the bright side, we haven't aggroed all of the other ones by attacking one, correct?
Not currently. Like, the other
Sweet.
Ibot might be, but
Okay.
basically the stuff in the valley does not seem... Basically, the combat in the valley seems to be continuing irregardless of what's going on up here.
Okay. And I am... So if I move
You
up
said that
one,
out
I am...
loud.
Yes, I know, right? Just had to check. I'm currently at medium distance from the Ibot, or no, I'm medium
Long.
distance from...
You were at medium
Marvin.
distance to Marvin. Marvin moved to close with the Ibot, putting both of
Okay.
them at long range currently.
Okay. So I am... My gun is not out, correct?
I will let you decide whether your gun was out or not, because you identified them correctly.
Is the sun out?
Exactly. Sun's out, guns out. I've been in the wasteland for a long time. I trust no business. So I am going to then, thank you. Assuming my pistol is already drawn, I'm going to move up.
Okay.
And then
That will put you in medium range.
cool. And then I will use my 10mm pistol because apparently ricochet physics do not exist in Fallout. And fire at the robot.
Okay. So basically, first thing you do is, are you declaring a body part target?
I am not.
It doesn't really have them, but
I don't bother with VATS with a 10mm pistol. It's not a 10mm pistol weapon, let's face it. Yes. So I am going...
their
Oh God, I
defense
lost.
is 2.
There we go.
Okay.
So I got a success.
Basically, it pings off of something better armored, and just basically buries itself in the dirt.
That sounds about right.
Okay. That brings us to Hazel.
So drawing a weapon is a minor action?
Correct.
Okay. So
Which would leave you at long range.
yes, so I'm going... Is movement always a minor action?
It is a minor or a major, yes.
So I can move for my major and draw as a minor?
Yes, if you wanted to.
Okay, so I will move to where Marvin previously was.
Mm-hmm. No,
And
you
draw
can't
my
spend
weapon.
action points to give yourself an additional minor action. It is one action
Okay.
point for a minor.
Oh.
Yep. Wolf Mom and I are on the same wavelength on that one.
I'm being
Tiny
attacked
inches.
right now, so forgive me if I
Not a problem. Take your time.
mutter. Oh. I hadn't looked at this thing until just now. Okay. Where do I see my action points?
It's just out of the party pool.
It's
Oh.
out of the party pool. Basically, action points are if you generate them, you can choose to spend them on anything related to that action
see.
immediately, or you can donate them to the party pool. You do not have to donate them to the party pool. Later, Wolf Mom.
Thanks for stopping in, Wolf Mom. Always a pleasure.
Okay, I don't... Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I'm
Sorry, just suddenly everybody froze. I was making sure that it wasn't me.
Well,
No.
Foundry also disconnected for like a split second. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
Foundry's been weirdly
Okay.
doing that. Or it's Foundry like, oh, we're going.
I've been
Ah,
good.
back.
fortunately.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Foundry disconnect. I'm just going to move and draw, and
Okay.
that's it. I need a moment to
Not a problem.
gather my brain.
Yep. All right. Tallman. Heroes out of the house. Oh, wow. Huh. I was going to say, it was just a forge thing.
Well, my ranged weapons are crap, so I'm just going to start rushing in.
Okay. Do you wish
They're
to
little-
spend
they're little
a
pinatas.
action point?
Why would I spend an action point?
So, you are currently at long range to the creatures you want to hit. Closing to long range is a major action, aka basically drawing a weapon is a minor action. So that'd be your entire turn would be closing and drawing a weapon. You can spend basically 2 action points to do a major action. So you could close, draw a weapon, and attack. If you wish to run up and hit them.
Am I able to get to close range if I use action points?
Yes, if you spend 2 action points, you will sprint, which will move you to long, basically allow you to get to long range. Minor action to draw, and then basically you can spend the 2 action points to attack as a major action.
So that'd be 4 action points?
Correct.
We are maxed out, so please feel free.
Why not? Let's go play with some metal pinatas.
Yeah.
Watch it, you're floating too.
Oops.
Level. Oh, that's a baseball.
Take Tallman out to the ball game.
So this is going to be basically your baseball attack. Assuming you're using the bat.
Yep.
Just click on the weapon. Okay. You can use, basically you can spend luck to reroll any of those dice. Currently that is a miss.
Let's go ahead and re-roll the 19.
Okay. There's the second success. Basically, he has swing and a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Good morning.
Okay, what's damage is what type of die?
Basically, if it's next to on the same page with the weapons, basically there is a
Oh, there it
damage
is.
thing with a Pip-Boy next to it. Woof. So 2 damage and 1 effect. The weapon doesn't have any effects, so you're just doing 2 damage unless you want to reroll any of that. 1 luck will reroll up to 3 of those.
So just click on 3 blank ones for reroll?
Yes. There we go. That changes it from 2 damage to 5 damage. No particular effects on that. But it does basically make a nice satisfying crunching sound as you slam your bat into it. Its armor plating is probably the only thing that keeps it from spinning off and basically disappearing into the horizon with a ping noise. As it does have some physical defense. which reduces the damage by 2. But it is sparking and malfunctioning. Basically sparking, basically making noises, which definitely indicates distressed robot noises. And you have its attention. Okay. So at this point, it's their turn to go. The one basically that is basically has been closed on spins to face basically Old Tallman and fire at Old Tallman. What is your defense?
I want to say it's just a 1. Let me go check.
It'd be on the status page, I believe.
Yeah, defense 1.
Okay. Zero successes. It spins and fires in your direction, but its gyros aren't working quite right. It just kind of wobbles and the shot goes wild. Actually, you did 5 damage. Good morning. That's actually a critical. Wait, it's little, right? Yep. It is slain by any hit which affects an injury. Never mind. So basically, you break something important with that swing. It kind of vaguely fires, and then the glacier gun explodes, reducing it to a pile of scrap.
Well shot.
Oh.
We will keep that hit for the second one, which fires basically from nearby. Basically, it's a little bit further out on the range. Basically, it is at the top of the ridge that leads down into the gulch. You're about halfway up. So it fires down in your direction and misses wildly. Okay, back up to the top of the order. Marvin.
So that was the one that was just in front of me that you took out, yeah?
Correct.
There's another one.
Yeah, there's another one at medium.
Well, I'm going to zip up to that one and buzzsaw him.
Okay.
AP is back down to 2. Okay, that's fine. There we go. That'll play.
Okay, that's a hit.
I believe I have an ability here. Ooh, I could spend a luck point to immediately inflict a critical hit. Do I have to make that decision before or after I roll buzzsaw damage? If I'm going to use my Slayer perk or not.
On the location hit. Okay. So basically, you spend a luck point, and that will basically, you will spend
what
a
I'm
luck.
asking is if I have to,
Yeah.
if I do that before, if I have to make the decision if I'm going to spend the luck point before or after I roll the damage.
When you inflict
That's
any
what I'm asking.
damage, basically, so you have to actually.
So I have to roll the damage first.
Yes.
Okay, so let's roll damage. I don't think I'm going to need it.
The answer is you would still technically need it. That is 4 damage. They have 5 hit points. Piercing 1. They have 5 hit points and 2 2 damage resistance. Which piercing 1 reduces 1 of it, which means that you do 4 points. Which means you're only going to do 3 points of damage, leaving them with 2. But Slayer, if you spend a luck point, Slayer will kill it instantly because any injuries kill them.
Okay, can I use my effects for anything or
basically
not?
The effects is piercing 1. I think. Let me check. That it may be the fact that each of those then becomes a. Let me double check.
The buzzsaw is piercing 1 on its own. That's why the piercing 1.
Yes, basically that is listed. Basically that is an effect of it.
Got it.
I
so
believe
I need
that
an
means
effect to come up. Got it.
Yep. You can cut physical, basically arm attachment. No, that's all I want. Piercing. Ignore X points of the target's DR for each effect rolled. So you are essentially going to ignore 2 of its. Basically, you'll ignore 3 of its DR. So you will still do 4 points of damage. You will do your full damage 4.
4
but
damage.
It has 5 hit points. Yes. So 1 luck point will kill it. Otherwise.
And this is the last one.
Yep.
Up here.
The last one up here. Yes.
Yeah. Then we'll go ahead and end this.
Okay.
Slayer.
All right. It explodes. Basically, you cut in, and basically your knowledge of robots lets you know precisely where to cut. Basically, as this not friend-shaped friend, this friend-shaped not friend betrayed your trust and fired, and you basically fired on you, and you take your revenge out on them.
Indeed.
All right. So. That brings us to Augusta. So the hill is clear. You could still hear laser fire coming from the other side, basically down in the gulch. You hear tinny robotic voices, and every once in a while you faintly think you hear somebody basically inaudibly shouting, essentially. Not inaudibly, but, what's the word I'm looking for?
Unintelligibly?
There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe this time, Marvin, we shouldn't just go hustling up to people until we are sure of what their intent might be, or at least have a better idea.
My bad. I thought they were friends. I recognized them. They were not friends.
Yeah.
Before we move on from where these iBots have been dismantled forcibly, is it possible for Augusta to pick through like the parts to see if there's anything useful that...
Yes, it will take some time, however.
How much time?
Like probably 5-10 minutes.
Y'all good with that?
I mean, basically 5-10 minutes is not much in your time. It is almost an infinite amount of time in combat time.
Sure.
There is combat going on. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Are we in combat right now?
You are not, but there is someone on the other side of the hill who is.
Maybe we should go see what's going on first, Augusta?
What? The robots?
We can come back.
They're not going to go anywhere.
They're gonna stay here. They're not mobile.
Do you promise?
I promise I won't touch them.
Okay. Fine. And Augusta just kind of crosses her arms over her chest and shuffles with the rest of the group like a, true to her nature, like a kid who has been called out for something.
Okay. So
I would like to quietly approach and see if we can do so unobserved.
Okay. That sounds like a stealth roll.
That sounds like something I can't do.
Sneak, rather, to use the...
Oh crap, this is wild. I actually have 3 to sneak and it's tagged.
That's great.
Nice.
I'm gonna try. I have nothing. I have 1 to sneak. And do you want it with agility?
Yes.
Okay. Well. At least I didn't trip noisily.
Okay. The hill was a little steeper than you expected, so you kind of scrabble off it, basically knocking rocks down and...
Don't suppose it would be possible for me to do like a group sneak action or something.
Sadly, this system does not have that.
Darn it. Oh well. I can try to sneak up on them and at least see what's going on, since I've got points. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh,
One success, no complications.
Okay.
Just could have been worse.
Okay. You take a look at Hazel noisily scrabbling up the side and
roll your eyes.
Basically, and go off to a side to slightly basically put some distance between yourself and Hazel, using Hazel as a distraction, and climb up yourself. Marvin and Tallman, I assume, are just kind of going to the top.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sneak.
Yep.
Okay. So, the sight that will greet you is as follows. The vertibird is a mangled wreck. The vehicle lies at the end of a scorched trench on its side, the left wing completely sheared off. The bodies of 3 Brotherhood Knights lie on a loose perimeter where they fell. The rocks and broken fuselage they used for cover, scorched with dozens of laser impacts. A force of clanking machines advances on the wrecks, firing shots into the vertibird that leave glowing streaks in the air and molten holes punched into the metal. Someone in the jumbled record returns fire with a laser pistol, shouting in defiance, "Come and get me, you rusty scrap heaps!" So, you basically right now you are on top of the hill. You have basically down at the gulch. Basically, there are 3 robots which look like Robbie the Robot. Let's be honest. For those who don't know what that means, they look like this. There are 3 of those which are doing most of the heavy fire. There are 2 more iBots who are also advancing as well, kind of marching slowly towards the ship. Basically, at least one of the iBots seems to have basically kind of noted Hazel, Marvin, and old Tallman on the top of the hill. And basically looks like it's going to start moving in that direction. Augusta, nobody seems to have noticed you. That means that you are basically in what is known as sneak attack, which means that your difficulty, basically, the defense is lowered to 1. Is reduced by 1, rather, to a minimum of 0, and your attack gains the vicious damage effect if it did not have it already.
Okay. But hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Not only can I attack, but theoretically, I commit to nothing yet, could I sneak up on this little floaty boy here and somehow rewire him in a way that would be beneficial for the party?
It would be harder to...
I like that idea.
It would be harder to do that to one of those, as they are actively engaged in combat. However, what you do note on the battlefield is that there are 2 of these fellows.
God, not sentry bots.
Yes, there are 2 ruined sentry bots on the battlefield. Basically, they have been damaged to the point that they are no longer no longer currently attacking, but they do represent to you prime targets to possibly rewire to get maybe one last shot out of.
I know what kind of weaponry those bastards have on them because I've gotten killed by them.
It's not going to be easy, but basically it's intelligence plus science or repair, difficulty 3. But doing so lets you get a single attack with one of their weapons.
And they're big ass weapons.
They have chain guns and missile launchers.
Yes, I am aware. I have lost all 4 limbs at once at low levels. It was great. It wasn't. Okay. Well, I've got a lab coat, and I've got science, and I'm smart. If I pull this off, I will be a hero.
She blinded them with science.
Do it.
I'm doing it. YOLO! YOLO!
So we are back in initiative at this point. Basically, for this initiative, basically, obviously, Augusta has the initiative as they are taking the initiative. Basically, Hazel and Marvin, you can discuss between you who is going, basically, who comes down the hill, basically acts next. After that, the Robbie the Robot Protectron robots are going on 10. The iBots are going on 9.
The super
Basically, and basically at the end of the round is the person in the vertibird, probably.
Roger that.
All right. So, should I try my ridiculous plan that has very little chance of succeeding first? All right, let's see if we can make this a lot easier. Oh God.
You can
Bad roll. Oh Jesus.
I was going to say before you did that, do you wish to spend any action points on?
Mistakes were made.
Because it is a 3, because it required 3 successes. So.
Well, we cannot undo what has been done.
I mean,
Okay.
I will allow you to add this. I will allow you to basically add it because it was 3 successes needed. So you know the fact that you would probably want an additional die. You wish to spend another action point and throw another.
You got to bring math into it. Okay. Yes. Does anybody mind?
Nope.
Terribly.
Nope.
Gonna.
Go at it.
Yes. All right. So I'm gonna at least spend one AP.
Chip.
And I guess. Did I?
As a note,
Just-
you can reroll with luck.
I am
D20s.
out of luck.
Oh, you're out of luck.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Never
I was trying not to blow us up earlier, so I used all my luck on that. And now I'm in a situation where I'm like, gee, here's another explosive issue, potentially, that I thought out poorly. Okay.
Nice.
So
You
should I...
thought it out really well. You just didn't get the roll.
So should I just add a D20 to that?
Mm-hmm. That's another success.
Oh, hey. All right. So 2 in a comp. That's not great, but it's
So,
better than 1 in a comp.
Here's the complication. Here's the complication I will offer you. You managed to do so well at getting it to fire, it will fire twice. The first one you will determine.
Oh, God.
I heard that. Loud and clear.
I feel like I just buried my own damn name at a crossroads. Oh, good Lord. Oh. Charlie Daniels fucking picks up a violin in the back and just starts going on.
I love it. I
Wow.
love complications and basically devil's bargains in these games. They're
That's
great.
fantastic. Well played.
You don't have to accept it. You can come up with something
Okay,
else.
No, this is like the equivalent of a triple dog dare, is the problem. Okay, so just go over that deal with me so that I can analyze every aspect of the inflection in your voice.
It will fire twice. You will
Okay.
get to choose the first target.
Okay. Fam? How
What
fast can
Do
I
it.
run?
What happens if you don't take it?
We come up with a different complication.
Okay.
I probably lose a hand.
There are many different ways this could go.
Yes. Which may result in us getting fired on anyway. So, I mean...
I imagine we're about to be fired on no matter what, because we're engaging in battle with robots, so...
Yes. Yes, we are. I apologize, and, I accept.
All right. So, which weapon do you want to fire? I'll be benevolent and let you choose. You can either fire the chain gun or the missile launcher. I get to fire the other one. It'll be random.
I know what I would pick.
Are you also
Me
thinking
too.
fire the missile launcher so he can't get the missile launcher? Because that's where I'm going.
I was actually thinking fire the chain gun so that when he fires the missile launcher, we're all close enough that it's going to do a lot of damage to everybody.
Chain guns are burst spread. Fire rate of 5. Which I had to double check what fire rate is.
To be fair, I
Don't
have
make her go home.
survived a chain gun hit before.
It's true. That's true.
Once.
It's true.
I'm just thinking that the splash damage from the missiles might take out or damage more than one
Do it.
target.
Do it.
Yeah.
Also, I don't want to take a missile to the face.
Tony, any input, buddy?
I'm big.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Okay,
What
super mutant
great-
shield, got it. Everyone get behind the super mutant, and
It's been a good long life.
I fires the missiles.
What's that quote from Fallout 3? I wouldn't take your destiny from you. From the
Fox.
super mutant.
I love him. Yes, I fires the
Okay.
missiles, and I am tired.
Okay. Okay, now I need to pull up the missile launcher to get the exact. Okay. So you're using their stat, basically. Do you wish to roll this or should I roll it? It's your call.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Make my day.
It is 2d20. Target number is 15.
Okay.
Which one are you hitting? There are the 3 Protectron and there are the 2 iBots. Technically, there's also the Vertibird if you really want to just nuke somebody.
I tend to play folk hero in all of my games, so I'm gonna aim for the Protectrons, because those seem to be the biggest problem facing us right now.
Okay.
Other than the chain.
Other than the chain gun, which could work out in our favor. The day is still young.
Okay. So, roll 2d20. Their defense
Okay.
is currently 0 because this is a sneak attack.
Oh yeah!
Oh. Oh. Oh
Yes.
god. Oh
So
god.
you're
I'm
going to hit. Basically.
Oh.
Oh, what's that broken down?
Oh.
Is that a
Oh,
20 and a
please.
14? What is that broken? It was a 15 and a 19, so 1 hit. Okay.
One hit. With a missile launcher, you only need 1 hit.
Well, again, it was defense 0. You didn't even need the 1 success. The 1 success will give you an action point back, in case you need it later.
Thankfully.
All right, because we might at this rate. Oops.
All right. So this weapon does blast. Unless I'm badly mistaken.
Little blasty blast. Big bada boom.
Sentry gun, sentry bot. There we go. Sentry bot has a fire rate of, no, that's basically 11 physical damage, blast, range, large. Blast does...
I'm gonna feel really bad if this takes out the guy in the vertibird.
You take an attack with a blast weapon, you don't target a single opponent, you select a single zone. Oh gosh. I'm making a appropriate skill investigate with base difficulty at 2, adjusted for range, so actually it's 1, it's fine. If you succeed, every creature in that zone suffers the weapon's damage. If you fail, your only your misplaced attack is less effective. Roll only half the weapon's damage to determine. Okay.
I'm a legend either way, no matter how this goes down.
So it is 11 damage to everything in that zone.
Sick.
How can you be a legend when you killed all the witnesses?
I mean, I'm still here.
But that's what chat's for. Well, you're still here until that chain guns start going off. But I mean...
Okay. My food just got dropped off, but I'll be listening.
Nice.
Okay. So 11 damage. I rolled 11 dice. I got 11 damage.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
So everything in the zone takes 11 damage.
Good job.
Well, there goes the iBot scouts.
Hooray!
Both of them are deceased.
They are an ex-iBot.
And the Protectrons actually have physical resistance 4. Bad news is this is still going to count as a... basically it has a single... Basically, does it count as a single target for a blast? How does blast deal damage? Is it just hit one particular...
I'm afraid you're gonna have to ask the GM that.
Yeah. It just suffers the weapon, and basically you roll damage as normal. Yeah, it all goes to one area.
Cool.
Ugh.
Oof. Ouch.
I'm
Okay,
really
so-
glad I used the missile launcher and not the chain gun.
Right?
So, main body, and arm 3? I don't think these have an arm 3, so we'll just call it arm 2. So that's the other weapon is going to stop functioning. So it is that one is going to lose an arm laser. The other two, I have to double check what critical damage does to a, or what 5 points of damage does to a torso. You begin bleeding heavily. So they are all leaking oil all over the battlefield. Cool. Okay, so those two are leaking oil. 2 of them are leaking oil. 1 of them has a arm essentially blown off. They have 8 hit points, which means 11 minus 7 means that they are all still standing, technically. They're sparking badly. And basically, before the chain gun starts, basically, Augusta, you will hear, basically, you swear you hear something, basically something tinny shouting. Basically like a humanoid kind of voice. Basically like screaming about what the heck just hit, basically was that, and then the chain gun starts up. But it was very definitely like a humanoid voice coming over, like, this robot speakers.
God.
Okay.
Okay, and now the fun part. I mean, the sad part where we have to deal with the
Fun
chain
for
gun.
you.
What do you mean the consequences of my actions?
All right. What are the stats on? I need Sentry Bot. There we go. Okay. Chain gun. 5 physical damage. Target number 15. Burst and spread. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
So
As poor unfortunate souls starts kicking up in the background, but don't because it's Disney and they'll sue the shit out of us.
You can sing a little bit of it without triggering any issues.
What is it, like 10 seconds or something?
I think it's 30.
Oh, okay. 30 seconds in B flat. Go!
I mean, really, all you have to do is the one line and everybody knows.
Okay. So, we have
Yeah, we can
currently
all hear in our heads.
7 targets on the battlefield. 8 if you count the vertibird.
And
Marvin.
including us.
Yes, Marvin is 1. Hazel is 2. Augusta is 3. Tallman is 4. Basically, Protectrons are 5, 6, and 7. And the vertibird is 8. Let the dice decide your fate.
Is that because the other homie is in cover?
The vertibird is 8. Essentially,
Right,
basically, that's essentially targeting the person who's in cover. Yes.
Oh, I see.
It's
Okay.
firing in that direction, essentially.
Yeah, I got it.
1. Marvin.
Right?
That's me.
Yep.
Oh no! Little buddy!
Basically, you
Marvin
all will
Right,
hear
so what do
something whirs up. And then
So,
basically it
This is the
starts to
Shadowrun
fire.
campaign.
Your defense is 1.
yeah.
I'm not going. Basically, I will. Basically, the whirring gives you enough time for you to prepare your defense.
Yay.
The first is the roll to see if it actually hits you.
Oh no.
2 successes. Does in
Okay.
fact hit you.
Yep.
Luna.
Next, it is basically then we go to damage, and this is where it gets vicious. This is where Hazel and Old Tallman have to worry, because this is where burst and spread come into play.
Oh no.
If
It
I roll
was a
effects, 3 effects. Okay, so basically for each effect roll, your attack inflicts 1 additional hit on the target. Each additional hit inflicts half the roll damage, rounded down, and hits a random location, even if a specific location was specified for the attack. So
Okay.
you take an additional 3 hits at basically round down, so 1 damage. So you're going to take 3 damage to
To where?
location 16. Do you have that on your...
Okay, so 3.
Yep.
Yeah. So how do I?
It is physical. So basically whatever your physical armor is will reduce that.
Oh, physical armor is 2, so I take 1
Yep.
hit there. So I do it
then
from the left or from the right, or does it matter?
Basically it goes to... Basically it's your hit points.
It's
Okay. I'm confused. There's the little green boxes on the.
Those are basically if
Areas.
you are taking an injury.
So I don't actually take an injury. I just take. Okay, I take 1
Yep.
point of damage.
You
so I'm
only
down
take
to
an injury
7.
if you get basically if a crit success is rolled or 5 or more damage gets inflicted to a single location.
Got it. Okay.
Second one is in location 3.
But I have armor 2.
Yep. So nothing. Because you have armor 3 everywhere else, so you're fine for the
I have
rest
armor
of
2
those 3.
everywhere.
Yep.
So I just. soak
Basically,
all the
unless I
rest of
roll
it.
the same location twice, and then I might.
Correct.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I mean, actually, even if I roll it twice, 2 damage doesn't
Yeah.
get through. It's fine.
Wait.
So,
3
you just take-
and 6 are technically the same, but
Yep.
it doesn't quite get there.
Yep.
It only matters
So-
if you hit the 15 through 17 again.
burst basically means basically rolls one. Basically hits 1 additional target. Each additional target spends 1 unit basically for each effect roll. So, basically, both Old Tall Man and Hazel are taking hits from this as well.
Oof. I'm sorry.
Basically, it will not continue to spread, but basically, Hazel is taking 4 damage.
Oh.
Tallman is taking 3. You are taking you're taking 3. You're taking basically Hazel. You're taking 4 damage to location 11,
Okay.
and then 2 damage to location 3, and 2 damage to location 13.
If I had physical resistance in location 11?
Basically, subtract the damage. Basically, so you're taking 4. Basically, to your hit points, you're taking 4 damage minus the damage resistance.
Okay, so only go down by 3 then.
And Tallman, you're taking 3 damage to location 19, and then 1 damage to location 2, and 1 damage to location 7. So total of 4 damage for you, and a total of 4 to 8 damage for Hazel.
You've thrown out way too many numbers way too fast. One more time.
No problem.
Damage where?
Okay. You are taking Old Tallman. You're taking a total of 5 damage, 3 of which goes to location 19, 1 of which goes to location 2, 1 of which goes to location 7. Any DR you have gets applied to each one of those. Basically, if you have DR in that location.
Okay, wait. Can you split that out for me again?
Hazel, you are taking 4 damage to location 11, 2 to location 3, 2 to location 13.
Okay. How do I specify damage per location if it isn't the green
It basically, unless whatever I tell you exceeds 5, it doesn't matter. It is just you're applying your DR. You're checking that area for DR.
Okay.
It's the only thing the physical damage matters.
Oh. Okay. So if I have physical resistance in all of those areas, I can subtract the total from the total of hit points.
Correct.
Ding ding ding.
Got it. Well, I'm a hurting unit, but I'm not dead.
Did something explode while I was cooking? Asks Wolf Mom. Did something explode?
Yes. It's the short answer.
Literally.
Is this because I'm 5'2"?
It exploded on Marvin, but somehow Marvin only took a point of damage. I think everybody else got hurt more than I did, and I was the target.
It was more in your general location. Longer answer is...
need a new place to stay for Gen Con.
I said in chat that hopefully the bus will be ready.
I don't know, the bus feels ready now because Augusta just threw you all under it.
Oh.
No, to cap it off, watch, I'll be the only one that doesn't take damage in this whole thing, and everyone will just be glaring at me for the rest of the campaign.
So, that is just Augusta's action. There are the iPods are exploded. The Protectrons are on their last legs and are making ominous-sounding beeping noises, by the way. And so this brings us to either Hazel or Marvin.
Go ahead.
Go for it. Oh, okay.
I'm eating.
Fine. All right. The thing that just shot at me, is it dropping dead, or does it look like it might have another round in it?
The thing that just shot at you?
Yeah.
Lots of sparks and other stuff coming out of things. It doesn't seem to be moving or functional outside of that.
Okay.
Like, if there's a lot of clicking sounds as if things are empty.
Right. Then one of the other robots, I guess I'm going to go after. Are they within close range, or do I need to move over to them?
They are not in close range. They are
Can I close that in
medium.
one round?
You're at medium to essentially everything down there.
Okay.
They're at long range to each other, but medium to you, essentially. Because you're coming down the hill.
Close. Yeah, okay. I'm going to close the distance and buzzsaw one of them.
Okay.
Come on, big money. I mean, little money. Yeah, that works.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
Buzzsaw. Why? Because I think the buzzsaw is cool. That's why. That's gonna work for me.
Yep. You basically, as they had 1 hit point left, roll a d20.
Oops.
We'll figure out where you're cut through, or where you just cut through. $14. So you just plowed through. Yeah. Basically, you cut through its arm and up through its body. Basically, the last of it just kind of drops to the ground, sparking and otherwise. It seems to be. It's weirdly shrilly screaming. It's really weird. Like, you don't expect robots to make those noises.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
Basically,
I guess it's Hazel's
it is
turn to do a thing.
unusual. Basically, like the robots seem to be reacting far quicker than you would expect them to. Like, if they were programmed to do X or Y, they would take longer to adjust, but they seem to be reacting much faster. And that scream was oddly tinny.
Mm-hmm.
Hazel, you're up.
Is it my understanding that now there are only 2 robots up then?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just looking at one more thing. What is the fire rate?
Fire rate means that you can spend basically each unit of ammunition you spend basically adds 1 to your damage pool. You can spend ammunition up to the gun's fire rate
Per time that I fire it.
Correct. And basically, you're only taking a single attack, essentially.
So I'm taking a single attack to shoot 2 rounds.
Yes. Basically, if you hit, you can spend additional ammunition on the damage to basically increase the damage you do. Yep.
Okay.
What Wolf Mom says. Spend additional ammunition ammo up to the fire rate for extra damage.
Okay. And I am long range from these guys?
Medium on
Or
top of the
medium?
hill. However, they know you're there, so they're at defense
Yeah.
1.
My weapon is a close quarters weapon, so what does shooting from medium distance do?
Close quarters means it can be used in close quarters, I believe. The range is listed next to, basically, is the last entry in the line, I think.
Okay, what does range C mean then?
Range C is close. Okay. Basically, like, I think basically like some of them are like basically range medium but close quarters. If it's in range close, then basically if its range is close, that's +1 difficulty.
I see.
Close quarters means you can use it within reach of an enemy without taking a penalty.
Okay. Well, my weapon is still out. So let me move.
Okay.
Close enough.
Okay. You scramble
take
down
a
to the
shot.
hill. You're now in close range.
And then I'm gonna take a shot.
Over or under the weapon's listed range, unless it's close quarter. It's close quarter. I think close quarters cancels that out if it's. Unless there's a separate one for close. It's fine. Basically, you're fine. Basically, firing it in close makes it be. It's still difficult. It is a fire your weapon. Difficulty is 1.
Okay.
You have 1 success. Okay. Okay, so basically click damage, and then you can spend up to the fire rate to get additional dice.
So if I spend the fire rate, which is 2, I roll 6 dice?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, damage is 5. 3 effects means it is piercing. Roll a d20 to determine where you hit. You're going to kill. Again, these poor things only have 1 hit point. For some reason, somebody blew them up.
Girl.
Because you drill it between the eyes. Basically, and it just
Nice.
goes. Basically, just collapses instantly. Basically, as if basically a marionette with its strings cut.
Snip, snip.
Okay, that leaves 1 left on the battlefield at initiative 10. Basically, Old Tallman. This is the point. Basically, the point where I remind this guy. I may not mention it. The last use for luck is you can spend a luck point to act immediately. So this last robot is going to go for Augusta, kind of tittily screaming something in rage. It is up to you if you wish to spend a point of luck to go before the robot goes, if you wish to interrupt that action.
To be fair, I do deserve it.
I was going to say, so you're asking me if I want to use one of my few remaining luck points to help the person that just turned a chain gun on us. So I just want to clarify, this is what you're asking me.
Yes, that is 100% what I'm asking.
I'm a sucker, sure, why not?
Oh, no, I don't deserve any of you.
I still had like 3, okay?
Aww.
Okay.
I mean,
So
it's not
you
like
will-
it's my last one. If that was, that'd be a completely different story. But
You're worse. You are worth one of his last ones, not his last one.
Hey, I have a price.
All right. So basically, you're going to spend 1 movement to close, and then you're going to spend 1 movement to hit, or one basically major action to hit.
To basically coup de grace.
If he hits,
let's do that. Let's see. Go to go to weapons. Thank you.
if you miss, this may be more of a sacrifice than you thought.
Only thing I have to do is swing the baseball bat, right?
Yep.
Okay. There's no. Okay, so.
That's a hit. Roll damage. Never mind. Roll me a d20.
Wow. Holy crap.
Good lord.
Tallman. What?
Gave him the gabagool. Damn.
Okay. Roll me another d20.
And that is a grand slam. Well done, Tallman.
Dang it, why didn't it do it?
Because you put the slash after the
mixed them
R.
up, yeah.
And 20. Okay. So you come in from the left side, remove its arm, then it enter, you're not certain how you're doing this with a baseball bat, but you treat it like a samurai sword, and pretty much just carve through, and basically you get stuck in this, you get about halfway through before it gets stuck, and you kind of have to rattle it around a bit, kind of destroying any internal components that might be in there, Samurai Jack style oil spurting everywhere. And then you rip it out, and it collapses with a final scream of "I will have my revenge!" Yeah. Again, coming kind of weirdly tinnily from some speakers.
Damn.
Then the silence kind of reigns on the battlefield for a bit, and then you hear a small voice saying, "There's someone out there? There was a lot of explosions. I'm not quite certain what happened."
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
We're out here.
We are here.
We mean you no harm.
Okay. If you don't,
Put your weapon. We mean
if
no
you
harm.
if you don't mean harm, could you maybe need some assistance, perhaps?
Yeah, are you stuck?
I mean, just as a warning, I am still armed, so if you're thinking of trying something silly, basically, I can't, basically, but if you're not, could use some help with this leg.
Okay, the biggest guy is just gonna go ahead and meander on over there.
I'll
Okay.
follow because I can first aid.
Okay, so you come up, you basically come over the corner, and basically you find yourself facing a laser gun, almost, laser rifle, rather, almost instantly. She's like, "Oh my gosh, wait, what?" And then she notes that Augusta pops up afterwards. She's like,
No, Hazel.
"What?" Oh, sorry, Hazel. Hazel pops up afterwards. She's like, "What? Are you
We're
working
together,
with?"
it's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm used to it.
We're
It's
fine.
just, there's... Normally that's not something you want to
I
see.
I know.
Okay.
So is
So,
it
but
just
in
a
any
broken
case,
leg, or they're trapped or what's up?
basically she has essentially a critical leg injury, essentially. So basically her leg is essentially broken and bleeding. And basically it's not femoral artery, she's going to die, basically, otherwise she'd already be dead. But she's definitely not walking on that
needs assistance.
leg anytime soon. She will kind of vaguely gesture back towards the vertibird. Like, if you don't have a med kit, there's one in there.
Yeah, let me grab that.
Okay. So you're doing that. What are the rest of you doing? Basically, Tallman is helping move, I'm assuming essentially move debris and get to
the person.
Yeah.
Marvin absent-mindedly spins the buzzsaw. Oh, sorry, and Ben puts it away. Not what I meant.
So you're over by the knight.
Yeah.
Okay. Augusta.
I'm hanging back, looking somewhat uncomfortable and guilty.
There is another sentry bot if you want to play her.
I think I got it out of my system, thanks.
I'm surprised you're not scavenging immediately.
That's... Can I go scavenge immediately?
Go play.
You can, if that is what you wish to do, you may. You have your choices of places to scavenge. Obviously, there are multiple robots on the battlefield, which can be taken apart. There's also a crashed vertibird, also just hanging out over there.
More trinkets! I will...
It's like
I
a
guess...
crow in a pile of shiny objects.
That's how I play every playthrough. I guess I'll just work, like I'll leave the vertibird because it seems like you guys have this under control, and I'll just go outside and kind of start picking through robots around there.
Which one do you want to work on? Basically, you have the large sentry bots, one of which is basically you have one large sentry bot left. Essentially, the other one is after you fired all the weapons, it's essentially just junk now.
Out of spite, I will go for the other sentry bot.
Okay.
Is that a particular role?
It is. Salvaging a robot is int plus science, difficulty 1.
All right.
Okay.
How about a 2? Will a 2 work?
2 will get you an action point.
Hell yeah. It's the least I can do. You're welcome.
Okay.
Does that replace a luck point?
Yeah, it does not. However, basically, after this seed, basically, this is a milestone point in the quest, so I would restore luck after that point. We will talk about that in a bit. So, basically, you are going to receive a fusion core. You managed to dig out of it. You're also going to get two common materials. So basically, you have that material section on your...
Right.
So you get 2 of those. If you wish to spend any AP, which you have one, basically that's your personal one if you can spend it immediately if you want instead of putting it in, to roll that effect die, and every basically 1 in 3 chance, you get an uncommon material.
I think I've had enough chance for today.
Actually, wait,
perhaps?
Sorry. My bad. It is basically you get 2 dice worth of common material. Plus 1 for any additional AP you spend. Any effects you roll on these 2 dice give you uncommon materials. So it's up to you if you want to roll 3 dice, you can spend an AP to get 3 dice instead of 2. That's what it is.
I deserve a little treat.
Okay.
I'll do that. So
3 dice.
Are D2 or 2?
I've got it because it is. They're the different dice. If you want to roll, basically know how to roll those. If you go into the compendium, which is the book all the way towards basically the farthest right book-looking icon. Basically, it says compendium packs. There's a Fallout RPG. There's something called Fallout macros. And you can see there's a D20 roller and a D6 roller. Yep.
Cool.
So, basically, you are getting 3 common materials and 1 uncommon material.
Not bad. And where would I find a fusion core?
Fusion core is, I believe, ammo.
Ammo, okay. Thank you. That makes sense.
It is ammo. That's what my gun uses.
Oh, sick. Can I give it to Hazel?
You can.
Yay, okay, Hazel, it's yours.
Sweet. Thanks.
Yep.
Pew pew.
Wait, a fusion core or a fusion cell?
Fusion core.
I don't use that. Never mind.
Okay.
I use cells.
No problem. I've got a fusion core if anybody needs it. You know, just casually holding onto a fusion core in the apocalyptic wasteland as you do.
No big deal.
It's fine.
NBD.
Okay.
Sounds
So
like business
you
as
hear
usual.
you hear noise of tinkering and basically lots of oohs and ahs coming from Augusta across the battlefield as they start
Accurate.
to disassemble the other sentry bot.
Sounds of delight from Augusta.
It's fine. She didn't roll a complication, so we didn't get to play fun games again. So
Sad bullet holes in legs.
meanwhile, back at the ship, you will find that that med kit. It has basic materials and things like that. It also it also contains a stim pack.
Nice.
So-
basically,
Are we talking first aid kits or med kits specifically?
okay. It contains a first aid kit in it,
Okay.
and also contains a stim pack.
Sweet.
Essentially, what this is kind of you can try to fix the leg with an int medicine test. Failing that, you slap a stim pack on it and move on.
Okay. Well, let me try to fix the leg.
It's fine. It's probably not. Stim packs aren't addictive, are they? Wait, I'm being handed a note. Are they?
No, you can't get addicted to stim packs or
That's right.
any of the rad
Radaway.
chemicals.
Yeah, I knew Radaway you
Yeah.
could. I couldn't remember if stim packs you could.
No, only anything that gives you a buff.
Okay.
Yeah.
The main addiction to stim packs is being alive.
Ah.
Feel yourself not being alive, you really start craving a stim pack.
I'm just gonna sit here with my Diet Pepsi. How about that? For a stim. So do you want me to roll medicine?
Yep. Int medicine. 1/6 at one target. Or you could get 3.
Did you just heal like several other diseases she didn't even know she had with that? Like, jeez.
Basically, you do a good enough job. Basically, given that, you're able to wrap it, splint it, and get fashion crutches out of nearby material. So she is in fact back up and moving. After you're done with her. Add 2 to the AP pump. Basically, add 2 to the AP.
Wait. Yeah, I contributed.
Okay. Marvin and Tall. Basically, so. Marvin and Tallman, are you doing anything basically additional during this time period?
Well, I mean, once I know the soldiers being taken care of and nothing needs picked up, I want to look around a little bit for anything to eat or drink.
Okay. The answer is you can attempt to search the vertibird for that. That is a percept. That's going to be essentially a scavenge roll, as it were. It's a small location.
So I'd just say scavenge was that perception and survival?
Yep, perception survival.
Well, maybe one of them.
Small takes about 10 minutes. Difficulty is 1. Okay. All right, so you have succeeded. What that means is over the next 10 minutes, you go through and you kind of pull stuff out, as it were. So basically there are, I'm going to say four different sections. Basically 4 different tables you could roll on. Basically you have rolled 1 success, which means you're getting the minimum amount of stuff, which means you're going to get, basically it's a 0 to 1 on armor loot, meaning you don't get 0, you will get 0 unless you spend an AP on it. 1 to 2, basically, so 1 clothing, 1 roll on the 0 rolls on the armor loot table, 1 roll on the clothing loot table, 1 roll on the food loot table, and 4 pieces of junk is essentially what you will get out of it. You can spend an AP to raise the number of rolls you get on any of those. Don't spend it on junk unless you're really desperate. So you could get 1 roll on the armor loot table, 2 rolls on the clothing loot table, or 2 rolls on the food loot table for 1 AP.
Yeah, I'm going to want to go 2 on the food loot.
Okay. But actually probably 1 on beverage as well, since they would probably have food and beverage. So you're getting 0 on the armor, 1 on the clothing, 1 on the, basically 2 on the food, and 1 on beverage.
Hey, Mark, I hate to interrupt.
Yes?
I hate to interrupt, but can you please add me back into the Twitch stream?
How did you...
It was yelling at me about my connection being unstable, and while I was trying to deal with that, I accidentally dismissed the entire window instead of the notification.
God, way to overreact to being called unstable. Think you'd be used to it.
I know, right?
Does that get you back in? I can't tell.
Looks like it. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Oh, what I was saying before Mike messed stuff up.
Nice.
I also want to throw an extra one onto the beverage table.
Okay, so you're spending 2
I
AP.
I recall you saying beverage earlier. So
I added it afterwards because I was like, oh yeah, there probably would be beverage here as well. So give me a D20 roll for. Give me a 2D20 roll for the clothing loot table. 30. Okay. So you are going basically going through crates and boxes and things like that. You're going to end up basically kind of finding basically a box that contains basically what looks like it used to be basically like kind of mechanics outfits and things like that. It looks like one of the mechanics left their overalls on here, so you have a pair of utility overalls. Give me basically a 2d20 roll for the food table. This is where we get fun. $28. Oh, everybody loves this stuff. I had to double check to make sure I know what this is before I say it, because as soon as I say it, basically there's going to be a what? Okay. Apparently, basically, someone was attempting to pick food for basically for possibly a future meal and had brought it on board. So in basically what used to be a kitchen area, you find a small container containing a bunch of off-white mushrooms that resemble a brain. They tend to be found in clusters glowing in dark, dank corners. Basically, you're fairly certain these are edible. They're brain fungus. Give me another 2d20 roll. $30. Okay. Yeah, I realized I did that and I could just do it that way. Right.
And how many brain fungus did I find?
One collection of them. So basically enough for one effect, essentially. It's everyone's favorite. Basically, basically you found the most basic of foods, or the most basic of people. You found a pumpkin. It's a gourd, large edible fruit, fleshy with a hard skin, like a pumpkin.
Like a pumpkin? I'm concerned.
The pulp inside can be scooped out and eaten or used in cooking, while the outer skin is often carved and used as a decoration.
I was really hoping for pumpkin spice cram, but okay.
Okay.
Alright, and give me 2 rolls on the beverage table.
Okay, another 2d20, is that what you said?
Yep. Does a growing super mutant good? Find a bottle of Brahmin milk.
Question.
Yeah?
Does Brahmin milk spoil?
I mean, it's on the ship. So basically the answer is basically has it been preserved? Basically the answer is it is in good enough state to still be drunk. Basically still be drunk? The answer is yes, at least as far as Tallman can tell.
I mean, it's after a nuclear apocalypse, so I feel like this isn't the worst possible thing that you could do to yourself either way.
Yeah, but food poisoning is no joke.
I mean, Brahmins are kind of irradiated, so any of their milk is probably like pasteurized by default, right? That's the way that works.
Yeah.
You need another 2d20?
Yep, one more 2d20. $37. Basically under someone's basically ruined bunk. The trends of the property of pasteurization, yes. Under someone's bunk, basically you've got the hand, basically kind of a handle on this sort of thing. You find someone's stash of vodka.
Nice.
Okay, so basically, as a note, basically, Brahmin milk actually does heal radiation damage. Basically, all of this stuff will also heal food as well. It does act as basically will act as basically beverages in terms of basically restoring even the alcohol. The alcohol does have alcoholic.
Can't imagine.
Basically, all alcoholic beverages have the same effect. You may re-roll 1d20 on strength and charisma tests, but increase the difficulty of int tests by 1. They're also addictive.
Meh. What's the problem there? What's a little addiction between friends?
My entire 20s.
Oh, wow.
All right, so that is what old Tallman discovers while plowing through all of the basically through the shift, and basically kind of brings his stuff back out.
For the sake of clarity,
Yes.
when I healed the knight, did it use one of the first aid kits?
Yes.
That's what
It used the one you got off the wall, I'm assuming.
Yes. Got it.
Okay. So, basically...
I'm gonna use...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm gonna use a stim pack on myself.
Okay. Okay. So basically, stim pack basically heal 4 HP. You can use it during a first aid action if you wish to increase that. Basically, to increase that healing. Otherwise, basically.
I'm good with just using it.
Okay. So you will heal 4 hit points.
Great. Thank you.
Alright. So basically, after all that, after Augusta gets done looting a robot, basically Tallman gets done looting a ship, looting a vertibird, and basically Hazel gets done kind of working on the knight. She will introduce herself as Knight Helen Layton. She will explain the fact that they were flying through the area on basically normal, on routine business when suddenly they spotted something below. Tallman's like, bird. Basically, they got a few seconds to react to the fact that something was firing, and then something knocked all of the systems off out of their ship, and they ended up crashing here. They've been pretty much fighting for most of the day. She kind of sadly gestures at the rest of them. She's like, they fought well. They took out the 2 sentry bots, but they basically, whatever those things were, they fought with an intelligence I've never seen before in bots. They were coordinated. They had tactics. It took everything we do to whittle them down as far as we did. But if you guys hadn't arrived, I know what would have happened. We don't know what's going on and why something like that would, how something like that would happen. Something must be going on in this area to operate like this.
The last one that went down, it said something about getting revenge.
Yeah, that's and Marvin, you know for a fact that this all of this seems to add up to someone controlling them. Augusta as well. Like Marvin knows because he's a robot. Augusta knows because she takes apart robots. And so
terrifying.
That's okay, Marvin. We're scared of you too.
We are.
Why I am so pure and innocent.
And then basically, brain. Basically, she will basically be like, yeah, something is obviously operating in the area. And basically, as you say that, basically, kind of a voice will kind of crackle over the radio. Basically, Hazel on the frequency that you and Knight Galen, described Galen rather, had talked about. And after the crush site, there we go. Basically, it will also come on. Basically, it will also come on over the Vertibird's radio as well. And basically like, hello? Can anyone hear me? 1, 2. 1, 2. Is there anyone there? Basically, I do say. Basically, seems like something's happened. Is that you? Hazel? Hazel, yes. The tall individuals, the robot, and the Vault Dweller. I really should have gotten their names. Hello, basically, can anyone hear me? The vertibird, maybe? Anyone?
Hello.
I'll
Hi, how are
reply
you?
back with the vertibird's radio.
Ah!
Hello, Galen.
Hello! Wow. Well, good news, I guess, if you're at the vertibird. However, I have other news for you. My board just lit up like Diamond City in December just now. Someone is broadcasting a wide spectrum, something boosted through the basically wide spectrum something boosted through the roof. I think it might be controlling a remote device robot or something. I don't know for sure, but I believe the signal originated, or at least was skipped through. That would be, you hear shuffling sounds as he's moving paper. No, not that, not that. No, where did I put that blasted map? Hang on, triangulate. 1 second. Hopefully you're doing well.
We're all right.
Okay, there it is. There. Ah, yes, of course. Practically the only place it could be. Figures. Blackford, or Bleakford, rather. Bleakford. I think it was called Blackford once, and then, the war happened, and people changed the name. Added an E. Probably thought they were cute. It's a small town just northeast of where you are along the highway. It's, let's see, I've got some notes on it. It is No-Go Ghoul Town. Oh, wonderful. Not a problem for people like you, I assume. You were able to fight off whatever was there. It's an alarmingly high presence of feral ghouls and radiated wildlife.
Great.
I mean, probably got great salvage, though. I mean, given it's irradiated, but, and other things in there. But other than that, probably hasn't been picked over too much. If that's your sort of thing.
This sounds
Hazel
like it's
glances at
outside the
Augusta.
scope of the support on our original contract.
Huh? What was that? Was that the large guy? Could hear him. Hello.
Yeah.
Tall?
I believe
Tall individual?
I believe according to our original contract, this would be outside our scope of support. So we need to renegotiate.
Oh. Was that the tall guy who said that?
Yes. Yes. His
Well,
name is actually Tall Man.
Oh, Tall Man. Tall Man has contract negotiations. Well, I mean, is there anyone from the
more to him than
vertebrates
meets
still
the
alive? Is there anyone from the
Yes,
vertebrates? Yeah.
We've recovered Knight Layton.
I think I heard her once. Saw her as a kid. Young fella. She's she's like, yes, I'm here, Scribe. Scribe, Galen, I'm fine. They helped. Oh, good. Well, in that case, let me see here. 1, 2, 3. There were 4 of you?
Correct.
I could do 35 caps instead of 25 caps per person.
Hazel looks around at the group for response.
One moment.
I don't know, just 10 extra caps for a ghoul town when we got 25 in the first place just to go check out a downed helicopter. It doesn't seem like there's...
I think we
Yeah.
need to do it
Okay,
for,
you have a point.
200 caps flat.
200. Hang
Not
on.
50 per, 200 caps flat.
Oh, you're expecting to kill one of your companions off, are you? Huh. Wow,
Not
this
planning on it, but I just kind of glance over.
Well then. Give me a speech charisma check.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna pass that. Okay, I'm taking the action, by the way.
I didn't say bard. I didn't say barter. So at least have some skill in it. Okay. How about? Oh, let's see here. 180. Flat.
I look around. I look around everybody. 45 per. Acceptable.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, fine. Thank you for doing the math for me, because I was going to ask.
18 divided by 4.
Out of character. I've got a calculator right here.
So do I. It's in my head.
Throw in an extra couple of bottles each of the purified water.
I gotta drink some of that.
One extra bottle each.
One. I wasn't giving you each. That'd be
Gave
double.
us 5 total.
That'd be double. Yeah, basically tall man.
Wait, I can make an argument here about the water. I can make a good argument here. If we assume that Augusta would have been around for Fallout 3 events with the whole founding of Project Purity.
I mean, this is
Which
sure.
he commented on.
Yeah. Go for it.
Technically, it's not purified water, it's Aqua Pura, which is a different item in the game. And also, the Aqua Pura was distributed by the Brotherhood of Steel across the Wasteland for free to everyone anyway. So, arguably, you shouldn't need to be hanging on to it because it's all over the Wasteland. And as a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, you have whole resources devoted to it.
Well,
That's what he said.
Wow.
The entire reservoir. I'm
impressed.
sorry. I told you thought I was kidding about not
No.
getting the math and science autism. I got the Fallout autism. I'm sorry that has been bothering me for this entire playthrough. I feel better now.
Nice.
I adore you.
Give yourself an action point and take your water.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
All right.
Oh,
This game.
Man.
So he will agree to those terms and transmit the coordinates to Bleakford. So, basically, that was the end of Act 1 of Machine Frequency. Act 2 is the town of Bleakford. Act 3 is the post after that. So it is now 6 o'clock. Basically, our schedule said somewhere between that and 7:30. I don't know basically how long people want to go for. How people are feeling, basically pain, thirst, food, or otherwise. This is a breaking point here. So if you're like, basically, I would rather stop now. We can stop now. Basically, Act 2 is going to be a little bit more open world because it's essentially, here's a town, have fun. So more likely for to have people falling through floorboards, getting attacked by ghouls, and scavenging stuff. And random encounters. So it is up to you, basically, you guys. Basically, you are the players. At a minimum, I was going to say, definitely suggest we take a break here. Basically, it is up to you if you wish to continue playing or call it here.
Do you think we could accomplish much significant in an hour and a half, or
That depends on you guys. It really feels like.
Yeah, all right. I would lean towards calling it, but I'm fine either way.
I'm kind of leaning towards calling it because
Yep.
if we really get sunk into that town, the next thing we know, it's going to be 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight.
I'd also
Tony's not wrong.
I'd also like to point out that you're talking about sending me to a ghoul town, and apparently you didn't read some of my social media posts about the hot ghoul from the Fallout series. So maybe we want to call it here.
Once again, not
And do a mature stream next time.
Yeah, maybe. Just saying.
Nice.
Hot ghouls
I don't
in
even
your
know
area.
what
Hot
to
single ghouls
say.
in your area. That's what the motion detector is for. Uh,
Oh no! Oh no! I'm okay with calling it if you
Okay.
all want to end here.
that's what the glowing
Sorry.
ones are for.
But I'm definitely thinking we need to stick a pin in this like we did Hardwired Island. Something
Okay.
I'd probably like
Oh,
to come
heck
back to.
Yeah.
We need a part 2 on this for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in that case, I will basically start the wrap up here. Basically, we will start with going ahead. Basically, have each of you give you anything you want to shout out. Basically, whichever way, feel free to do that now. Before I give the lore link spiel.
Well, you can follow my channel. There's the link in chat.
Woohoo! Yes, definitely go follow. What are you up to these days?
Absolutely.
Currently I'm playing a lot of Potato PUBG and Potato because my PC is starting to potato.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to upgrade. It's expensive. And it's like not the priority right now because I have a car to pay for repairs on, and
Everybody needs to go over to follow 20 on her stream and then buy some merch because it's awesome.
I do.
Or
have some
possibly
great
throw a
merch.
Prime Gaming sub or what? You never know.
Yeah,
Or just
I mean,
Venmo her
Absolutely.
some money. I mean,
all of these would be cool.
Okay, there you go. Many ways to play.
Yeah. And what else I'm playing is Power Wash Simulator, which I think might secretly be a horror game.
Oh, you've got that. You've got that far into the game, have you? Jack.
I sure have. Yeah. So those are the two I'm primarily playing. In the near future, I'll probably start a playthrough of Horizon Forbidden West because Zero Dawn was mind-blowingly awesome.
That's out on PC now, yes.
Yes. So that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. Anyone else want to shout anything out?
Sure thing. You can find your favorite way to follow me. There's my link right there. I will be joining the LoreLink team at Origins in a couple weeks. I'm really excited about that. And at the end of the month, I will be down in Chattanooga, Tennessee for Scenic City Summit. Wow, that's a tongue twister.
Cool. You could say why you'll be basically what you'll be doing there.
Well, it's a technology conference, and I will be giving a presentation down there.
Awesome. Luna or Tony?
I mean, I haven't really been streaming actively, but I am trying to get more into some tabletop streams. So if you want someone to come do a bit for 4 hours on your tabletop game, actual play, let's talk. Let's see what's up. I will be at Gen Con this year, my first year. I'm very excited about that. So hopefully I get to say hi to some people. And that's about what I got going on. You can follow me here, although, again, I never stream. And I'm on social media posting all sorts of takes that may or may not get everyone canceled. So,
And last but not least.
Oh, no, least is perfectly fine. I'm okay with that.
Tony.
Once again, my name's Tony. You can find all my information at the link I just dropped in the chat, tonytroxel.info. I have a shop on there called Troxel's Trading Post. If you like the stuff, please buy the stuff. I have $4,000 in dental work that needs to be done over the next few months. So
We want some
please
cool
buy
3D
dice
printed
towers and
stuff. Dice towers,
I've-
dragons, not dragons, but
couple of lightsabers, Halo pistol,
Nice.
So,
nice stuff.
yeah.
It's good stuff.
All right. Definitely, basically go check that out. And last, but basically, I will be the last and basically least is basically, I am Mark Delacroix. I have been your GM for this session. Basically, I have been using LoreLink, which is the stream that you are on here. LoreLink is a product to help GMs, DMs, overseers, record keepers, and all sorts of game runners of all types. Helps you organize things like that. As you can see, I was flipping through the events, and it saved me. I was having to flip through the rules on here, but in terms of actually the adventure itself, it was all nicely broken up. All the tables were in there. I didn't have to go searching around for any of that stuff. It was all, I could just click through the adventure as it went through. If you're interested in how I put that together, you can check out on our YouTube channel, which is just at LoreLink. You can find us on YouTube, and there you can find videos of the two streams in which I put this adventure together, discussed a lot about the Fallout RPG and how I would plan out those types of RPGs in it. You can also catch some of our other actual plays where we've done stuff like Hardwired Island if you want to see more cyberpunk adventure and see this group do chaos in that particular environment. We've also done all sorts of exciting things, everything from Feng Shui to to Pathfinder to D&D, to all sorts of the Doctor Who, all sorts of fun adventures out there to be had to watch. Also, you can also see me using LoreLink in a variety of different types of role-playing systems as well as also playing some video games and getting interesting results along the way. I tend to focus in on tabletop and tabletop adjacent type video games, but that has not led to any lack of chaos or excitement as we've gone through them. So things you could do if you're interested in LoreLink. We have social medias out there, and those will tell you what types of things we're going to be doing in the future. We have Blue Sky and Facebook and Instagram. If you want to check us out on any of those, we are not on the one. You notice there's one that's missing on there. It's deliberately missing. We're not there. We may have an account there, but don't bother.
It's not even called the Hell site anymore because it is worse than hell.
It is a site we do not discuss. Nice. We are if you're like, hey, I'm not particularly interested in social media, and I want to avoid all of that. You can also just choose to sign up for our newsletter, and that will give you a nice summary of all the things we're doing in a month and what we're doing next month, delivered to your inbox, and you don't have to interact with social media. That's a win for you, and probably a win for us too if you sign up for the newsletter, because it gives us a better clue of who our audience is. If you're interested, you're like, hey, I don't do electronic stuff, I only do stuff in person. Great news! We do stuff in person too. We will be at Origins and at Gen Con this year. Origins, we will be at booth 713, which is, if you are facing the exhibit hall, it's the right side, and it's fairly close to the door, fairly close to the doors on that right side. I believe we're across from the World of Game Design booth, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that one. But if you come by our booth, say hi. You can check out the LoreLink in person. You can bring your favorite system and be like, hey, what would you use LoreLink to do X or Y? Or talk to us about your game. We'd love to hear about it. And also, you can pick up some cool swag we'll have there. We'll have that thing that everybody needs to have: more dice. And Twitch is telling me connecting to chat. That's always a good thing to see. Hopefully I'm still online. Okay, welcome to the chat room. Cool, I'm still going. You can't stop me, Twitch. If you just want to know more about LoreLink and examples of what systems we use, LoreLink.com has more information about LoreLink and what systems we use. So And of course, last and more frisky and perfectly relevant, we are Twitch streaming, obviously, so you can do all of those cool Twitch and YouTube things. You can follow us here if you want to know when we go live on our next events. The rest of this month, we're going to be doing some fun things, like I'm going to be talking about Daggerheart next week. Then we're going to be playing some War Tales, and then after that, we're going to be looking at Pendragon. We're taking the week of the 4th of July off. That's the rest of the month there. So following us here will get you notifications when we go live on all of those. If you want to throw us, if you're not throwing we don't want to throw 20 to get their Amazon Gaming sub, you can throw us your Amazon Gaming sub. We'll take it as well. We always take Jeff Bezos' money it spends. And last but not least, if you're watching this on YouTube, we have basically you can do all the usual things, which is still you can subscribe to our channel on there, which doesn't cost you money over there. And you can like our videos over there, leave a comment, telling us what systems you'd like to see us do in the future, or just fun comments about the way you think things have happened, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they blew everybody up. So, all of that to say, thanks for watching. We appreciate you watching and hanging out, and we will hopefully see more of you in the future. Farewell.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care.